Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top gothic horror campaign. I'm Dragna Carta, your host and DM, and thank you to everyone for tuning in. I hope you had a excellent holiday break for those who had a holiday to celebrate. Otherwise, this should be a fun week. I know that I've been looking forward to it. I hope the others have been looking forward to it, if not dreading it. So, should be a fun one. Otherwise, I think we don't have much to go over before we get started today. So, without any further ado, let's get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Alright, everyone, welcome back. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. At the request of Erwin Mardikov and Danica Durakova, the owners of the Blue Water Inn in Vallaki, the party traveled to the Wizard of Wine's winery to the west, the source of Barovia's wine trade. There, they learned from Davian Mardikov, the patriarch of the Mardikov family and the owner of the winery, that the vineyard had been invaded by evil druids and their plant blight minions. Through stealth and tactical savvy, though with some somewhat dangerous errors, the travelers cut and carved their way through the dark winery, clearing out the invaders within. As they studied an evil staff obtained from the druids, the party discerned that it could be broken to destroy the remainder of the blighted horde in the vineyard beyond. After doing so and rejoining the Mardikovs, the characters agreed to spend the night at the winery, sharing stories and histories as they deliberated the druids' foreboding final words. The following morning, an ominous dream drove Amity to seek out the Mardikovs and warn them of potential danger. Meanwhile, the others engaged Davian Mardikov and learned that the winery's 3 enchanted gems had been stolen, preventing the Wizard of Wines from growing more grapes. Davian agreed to provide barrels of wine for delivery to the Blue Water Inn, but warned that his supply would soon cut off permanently, unless the travelers journeyed to Yester Hill and the ruined village of Berez to recover 2 of the missing gemstones. Tempers soon flared, however, with several party members reluctant to accept this dangerous new duty. As Davian simmered, Adrian and Elvir Mardikov, his sons, finished loading the winery's wagon with the promised shipment. Once ready, the travelers joined the wagon and set off through the misted vineyard toward the Old Svalich Road and their return to Vallaki. And so, moving together as you slowly pass through the misted trail that winds its way east and northward from the Wizard of Wines, passing through the vineyard into the quiet meadow that lies beyond before ultimately rejoining the main road, traveling north. You begin making your way back toward the Old Svalich Road and hopefully to Vallaki beyond, as above you beneath the clouded, misted sky, you see two swarms of ravens, collecting and then scattering and gliding overhead as they watchfully follow the wagon as it begins rattling and rumbling its way up the trail. The air is cool, and the earth slightly moist and soft in places from the rain of yesterday. Though as you make your way forward and ahead, the chill air causes some of you to shiver somewhat. Elvir and Adrian continue making their way forward. Elvir watching the road on either side as Adrian tends to the horses, the reins in his hands as he keeps his eyes on the road ahead. What are y'all doing?
So the way that the cart is set up, just to remind me because it's been a minute, we are all walking except for Amity, who we put on the back, right?
Yes, Amity is on the back of the cart. There's kind of a little space there. It's not really a seat so much as a small platform where the barrels are loaded and offloaded. And she's just kind of able to perch there happily as she pleases, just kind of leaning up against the 6 barrels stacked there in the main bed of the cart.
Okay, so at least Metreon is kind of keeping to the back, keeping an eye on Amity, but is periodically scoping out both sides of the road to see if, or hear if anything is rustling, like any alcoholic wolves, and is occasionally looking up at the flocks of ravens, and just is kind of perpetually on guard and on edge.
All right. How is everyone else situated? Just making your way alongside the cart?
Kiva sort of would have made her way towards the front. She has her scimitar drawn, and she's just, again, sort of like Metreon, keeping a steady eye on the road and making sure that nothing can surprise them.
Yeah. Earthendeer's at the front as well, although I think he's not quite as attentive, kind of torn between looking between the scenery and just kind of making small talk.
I think Lillison will be near the back, looking around every so often, but mostly seeming to be lost in her own thoughts.
All right. Anyone who's keeping an eye out on the area around you, if you'd like to make a perception check for me.
Yes, please.
Woohoo!
That's a 12 for Metreon.
15 for Lillison?
6 for Kiva.
All right. As you make your way down the road, proceeding north for a good half an hour or so, the path disappearing into the woods and winding between the trees. Lillison, as you're making your way along the road, tailing slightly behind Metreon, just off to the side, your brushes a bit against a bit of underbrush, a low branch that's lying across the side of the road. The branch twists a bit as it extends into the underbrush, and you hear a rustling from beside you. And as you glance over toward the foliage adjacent to the road, you see something moving. And as you do, your eyes lock onto the motion beyond, and as you do, you startle a wild-looking figure, caked in gray mud and clutching a crude stone axe. Whether it's a man or woman, you can't tell. The figure recoils as it catches your eyes.
Okay, Lillison is going to try to keep her eyes on this figure sort of as she goes, possibly turning around and doing the college tour guide walk.
All right. As you do so, you watch as the figure, or you can kind of hear it very faintly stepping back, the shadows darkening over its position. Metron, you turn and you just faintly see motion in the bushes as Lillison kind of steps around the foliage, and you can just faintly see the silhouette withdrawing, the glint of motion in the shadows before it vanishes.
Metreon instinctively reaches for the hand crossbow, but seeing that it's backing away, back into the woods, he keeps his hand on the handle of it, but does not draw it. He just keeps his eyes. He wants to see where it's going, if it's moving away from them, or if it's kind of just moving back to just keep watching them.
Make another perception check for me.
9.
9. As you kind of glance toward it, you don't see the figure, though as you glance toward a space kind of surveying the area, you see a slight rustling on the opposite side of the road, a similar silhouette skulking back and vanishing into the darkness. You see no further indication of their presence, however.
Oi.
Do you see them?
Yeah. I think there's like at least 2 of them.
Wilson is going to open her mouth, think better of it, then lower her head and just cast a message to Erthrindir. We're being watched along the side of the road. Figures with axes. Keep an eye in front of us.
Erthrindir jolts as the message hits him, kind of looking around and clutching the stone in his neck for a moment, and then nods and sends back, "All right, thank you." He's going to kind of nudge Amity as he walks, kind of mumbling, "Keep your eyes open." And then he's going to keep watch around the cart.
For what? Amity whispers back, but yeah, she is going to suddenly, keep her eyes open and actually be looking around. Should I now make a perception check, or?
If you'd like to see if you can spot these figures, you may make one.
18.
18. Glancing around, you do see, glancing off through the forest, a place where there's appears to be a small rise of a hill overlooking this part of the woods. And you can just faintly see 2 dark silhouettes kind of making their way through the trees, not very far away, perhaps 100 yards or so. You watch as one of them glances back before they vanish into the foliage.
Amity sort of nudges, I guess, Erthrindir, if he's the closest one still, and sort of points in the direction.
Oh, son of a bitch. Well, if they're planning an ambush, they're doing a piss poor job, so suppose that's reassuring. Guess we just leave them be?
I guess so. It's not an ambush if they're behind us, right? They're following us.
They could be scouting for one, but yeah, we're probably fine. Just let's not get into a fight if we don't need to. Not after that.
Do you think they're Vistani?
No idea, but I'm more inclined to say probably with the folks that Davian was talking about. They mentioned that there were berserkers or something, mountain people. This seems more like a profile than what we've heard of them.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't Barovia just great?
It's absolutely wonderful.
Real tourist destination, you know. And that is all Erthrindir has to say for the moment.
Same.
All right. At this point, Adrian kind of glances back, seeing the group of you talking. Is everything all right back there?
Yeah, just taking in the sights, really.
Good. All right. Well, we should be hitting the Raven River crossroads shortly. Then we should be able to start heading back toward Vallaki. With any luck, we'll be there less than 2 hours.
You ever hear of anybody just you was in these woods other folk who might be, and Metreon is kind of glancing out at the sides of the road as he's talking to Adrian. Any folk who maybe hang out in these woods too?
Other folk. Well, there are some from the mountains. They do tend to lurk a bit in the woods. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. He says it very deliberately and loudly.
Kiva just shoots him a look like, nice, really obvious.
Adrian kind of blinks and then shrugs and then turns back to the horses.
Can nothing
Right.
in Barovia be easy?
No.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
All right, so you continue on forward, making your way down the path and joining the wagon as it proceeds north toward the Svalich road. After another 20 minutes or so, you arrive once more at the old dirt road intersection that lies there. You can see the weather-worn signpost, its arms pointing along the branches, one toward Kresk, where you can see through the woods an arching stone bridge. You can see one arch of the arm pointing east toward Vallaki, and from whence you came, the arm pointing toward the Wizard of Wines. As you make your way into the crossroad, Adrian gently nudges the horse's reins, and they begin making their way down the eastern road. But as he does, Lillison and Kiva, your ears perk up, as this land is home to many wolves, and their howls at the moment are too close for comfort. You watch as Elver and Adrian stiffen, the horses stalling in place, snorting great puffs of misty air.
Look, we have to keep moving. I know the horses are probably scared, but I think we should just press through.
Adrian stiffens, and Elver glances back over the lot of you. I've heard those howls before. The pack's close. They only give those howls when they're on the scent.
Sent for what?
Sent for us. The horse is whinnying again, pawing the ground, and Adrian,
what
you
does
see,
that
Adrian's now slinging himself down from the side of the wagon. You can see at his hip a short sword glinting faintly in its sheath as he moves up towards his back and pulls a crossbow and begins loading a bolt. I'm afraid that making our way down the path won't do much good. We can't lose the pack that easily. Not with this wagon.
Yeah, can't take the trees this time.
But you must handle this all the time, right? So you're prepared.
Stay close.
Or perhaps,
Keep to the wagon.
I mean, who's to say that they're even going to attack? They might just be intimidating us if we keep our noses down.
There's no harm in stopping and being prepared for a few moments.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody who can get some range, get on top of the wagon. That'll give us a few
Metron immediately
moments
gets on
before we
top of
get
the
overwhelmed.
wagon, and without any further word, and taking a cue from Adrian, starts to load bolts up just in case.
Yeah. Earthrendir is going to do the same, unslinging his wand as he does. All right. So last time we got separated. Whatever happens, we stick together, all right?
Wilson's going to take up a position near the back of the cart, pretty close to Amity.
Kiva moves in front of the horses, and she's going to sort of walk ahead of everything.
Adrian nods at you gratefully as he and Elvir take up places on either side of the horses, forming a 3-man barrier around them. Adrian kind of gives you a grateful nod. If we can keep them away from the beasts, keep them away from the ones in anything that comes from the front, away from the back, then we'll have a better shot of getting to Vallaki in one piece. They could be here for terror, they could be here for food. So I'm sure that they know if they lame one of the horses, then they'll have meals for weeks. So let's do our best to make sure that none of us give them what they're looking for, yes?
About how many did it sound like?
At that point, you hear several more howls. 3, 4, it's 5. It's difficult to tell.
Oh, fucking hell.
Adrian stiffens. They're getting closer. Everyone keep an eye out. All right, is there anything you wish to do as you wait?
Metron is definitely sinking into the back of the cart, but mechanically, he is trying to hide.
All right. All right.
Kiva sort of gets in like a battle stance, and can she ready an action early or no?
I'm afraid not. That would only happen on your initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Amity's also going to try to hide, but a different spot for Metreon to not give him away, just in case.
All right. Are you hiding amongst the barrels? Because there's not really a whole lot of room.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that you can try to hide amongst the barrels, but it would be with disadvantage, and only one person can do it.
I would say then that seeing the spatial relationship between the barrels and the rest of us, and knowing Amity's condition, Metron will actually instead, as he's on the back of the cart, "Hey, love, get back here."
Really? Oh,
Come on,
thanks. Go. Yeah, she goes. I'll make a stealth check.
All right, go for it.
What's with disadvantage, you said?
Yes, with disadvantage.
15.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, 15. You kind of tuck yourself away in a pocket between the wall of the cart and 2 of the barrels, just kind of peering up over the side, or just barely able to survey the area around you.
And as she's doing that, Metron is going to go ahead and climb off the back of the cart and get underneath the cart.
Ooh, spicy.
All right. Are you going to hide there, or are you just kind of looking down there?
I'm going to try and hide.
Because you have to get prone to get down there.
What does prone do for ranged weapons again?
Disadvantage.
Yes. It will give you disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage on weapons.
Is it just on weapons, on attacks, or is it on any kind of check?
On weapon attacks, and it will give things advantage to attack you. In melee specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna hide for right now. Fuck it.
All right, make a stealth check.
Ooh, it's an 8.
Yeesh.
All right. As you watch, you can see the swarms of ravens overhead gathering in a great cloud of black wings and beaks. You can see their eyes piercing down over the countryside and forest around you. It appears that they are increasingly watchful as well as they dive down to a lower level in the sky, far closer to the ground, though still a good 15 feet overhead. There's another howl, louder than the others. And Elvier loads his crossbow, glancing out toward the sides, his breath misting in the air. All right. They're about to be on us. Get ready. And just as he says that, springing forth from the underbrush, snarling with a roaring growl, you see a large black wolf, its eyes glinting an amber gold in the darkness of the woods and foliage around it, as around it several others each burst from the woods on either side, darting toward the crossroad as the horses Winnie and Adrian and Elvier aim their crossbows. I will need everyone to roll initiative.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Wow. Okay.
They're all loaded in the encounter tracker if you'd just like to roll your dice there.
Wow, okay.
12 on initiative.
It's a 22 on initiative.
All right. Earthrendir and Metreon.
Working on it. That's a 13.
All right, very good. Kiva, you are up first. You see nearly a dozen wolves now darting forth from the underbrush, one then another, each one panting, snarling, great gasps of misted air into the ground as their slavering breath and maws drip saliva down into the earth, their eyes fixated on you and the horses. You can see two immediately darting toward you from the east. What are you doing?
All right. So seeing the two darting towards her, they're not there yet. So she's going to take these steps forward, get in between the wolf and Adrian, and make an attack.
All right, go for it.
That is an 18 to hit.
That will most certainly hit. Roll some damage.
That is 8 damage.
All right. As the wolf stampedes toward you, bursting through the underbrush, you step nimbly, elegantly up to Adrian's side and bringing up your scimitar, carve right across its shoulder. Blood bursts from it, steaming as it hits upon the ground, the wolf snarling in pain. Anything else on your turn?
No, that's all she's going to do.
All right, very good. With that, Elvir is up. He will turn toward the wolf that you just wounded and narrow down his crossbow toward it, aiming down the sights and letting loose a bolt. That is a 12 to hit, which just barely misses as it skids off the side of the wolf's hide, just barely failing to pierce or scratch the skin. He curses and begins loading a new bolt. All right. With that, you watch as the ravens caw and squawk, one swarm swooping down toward the wounded wolf, tearing at its flesh, but the wolf snaps and swipes them with its paws, the ravens swooping back overhead. The wolf will take an attack of opportunity, and it does hit, dealing 5 damage, halved to 3. All right. The other swarm of ravens will head off one of the wolves coming from the west. They will attack, pecking and clawing at the wolf, unfortunately missing as well, before gliding up back into the sky. The wolf will also take an attack of opportunity against them. And miss with a natural 1. All right. That is the end of the ravens' turns. Next up, Amity.
All right, Amity sort of whisper through the cart floor. Are these like the big ones, or well, are these just regular wolves?
They appear to just be regular wolves. Are you addressing someone in particular?
Sure. I assume Metreon was below the cart, but so
yes, you were adjacent to Earthrendir.
Yeah.
You can see that he's just kind of like standing crouched on the barrels
wonderful.
beside you.
Yeah, so she's going to peek her head out and fire the crossbow at this one to the left.
All right, and you were successfully hidden, so roll with advantage, please.
Oh my. Well, in that case, it's a 18.
All right, an 18 will hit. How much damage?
7 piercing. Unfortunately, I do not have sneak attack.
All good?
And
That was the one next to the ravens, right?
indeed. And again, sort of speaking through the floor of the cart to Metreon, she'll say, I'm 100% sure that Davian's dealt with this before and has it under control, but just in case, give him back up. And she's going to give him some bardic inspiration.
All right, beautiful.
It's my
With
turn.
that, it is the wolves' turn. several of them are going to move forward toward the cart.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of wolves.
Yeesh.
Alrighty then. So, moving around, there are going to be two that are going to attack Elvir. All right. Both hit. You watch as Elvir kind of vanishes behind wolves for a second, but just pushes back, his breath heaving. You can see his clothes slightly ripped where the wolves tore at him. Next up, there's going to be one that's going to attack the horses, the one to the left, which is going to hit, dealing... Oh, it bites deep into the horse's left rear flank. The horse whinnying and rearing back up as blood begins to drip from its haunches. It'll take 10 piercing damage. Then 3 wolves are going to attack Lillison. And using their pack tactics, because they are all adjacent, they have advantage. First one is 2 natural ones.
You're shitting me.
The next one is a crit.
Okay, as my reaction, I'm going to cast Shield.
That doesn't stop crits.
It does still hit.
I know. Just,
I know,
just
you know.
warming up for the future.
Yep. That'll be 12 points of piercing damage as it bites into her like its teeth slicing across the flesh.
Oof, okay.
And then its compatriot will attack with advantage as well. Oh, and Lillison, actually, I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Oh, shit.
That is a 5.
All right, Lillison, you are knocked prone by the wolf's attack.
Cool.
The other one to attack you rolls a 17.
Okay, that would have hit, except I have shield up, so I'm good.
All right, beautiful. Then that will miss. In that case, 3 wolves will now be attacking Kiva.
Bring it on.
First attack is a 14.
Misses.
Second attack is a 20. Still with advantage because of pack tactics.
That one hits.
All right, you take 8 points of piercing damage. And the final one is a 16 to hit.
That hit.
Actually, Erthrindir cuts in. Not today, you mangy sack of fur. And he is going to cutting words that.
All right, you have to roll for that, right?
Yep, that is now a 12.
All right, beautiful. I'm assuming that misses.
It
But I
does
do need
miss
Kiva
indeed.
to make a strength saving throw.
All right. $13.
All right, you could feel the wolves clawing at you, their weight threatening to shove you to the ground, but you draw on your strength, resisting it and shoving violently back as you rebalance, pulling your scimitar forward, the wolves recoiling. One final wolf is going to attack Adrian. That is a 12 to hit, which will exactly hit. It latches its jaws around his leg, biting. He yelps and kind of pulls back as the attack goes through. Kiva, as you watch, you see deep gouges and bite wounds being torn into his skin along the thigh, blood dripping from its mouth and jaws as it pulls away. But Kiva, with your passive perception, as you glance aside, you notice the flesh on Adrian's leg instantly heals without a blemish.
Kiva clocks that and will have a stern conversation about it later.
All right, very good.
Too many things going on.
Of course, Erthrindir, you were crouched on the wagon next to a crouching Amity. Metrion's underneath the wagon. 3 wolves are around a prone Lillison right now.
Okay.
What you doing?
Seeing them start to tear into her, the glittering shield, the shield surrounding her, he jumps forward, pulling out his wand, and begins slashing a glyph into the air. The lines glittering silver as they form. And he is going to cast Shatter.
Okay.
On the two wolves that are right next to Lillison.
Please, please, please tell me you're putting it far enough away that the barrels don't burst. Okay.
Yeah, you're not getting hit, I promise.
Okay. No,
All
not
right.
me. It's the barrels.
Yes,
No, I am not. He's not silly.
Yeah, you can place that so that it avoids it. So roll the damage,
Alright.
and that's what, 2 con saves?
2 con saves.
All right. That's a 19 and a 21. I believe both succeed.
Yep, so that's half damage. So they both take 5.
All right. As each of you watch from the rune that Earthrendir has carved, there's a loud, painful sound that bursts like a bolt of thunder. You watch as the wolves are flung to the ground, struggling to get up. You hear a sickening crack and crunch from their bodies as harm clearly lacerates from the force of the sound and impact. That's how much damage at base?
11 at base.
All right, so half to 6.
Yes.
All right, they do appear to be pretty injured, but they seem to have escaped worse, not overly worse for wear.
Yep, and then Earthrendir is going to sort of move forward so that he's taking up a threat profile as well, and kind of gesture his wand at the wolves. All right, you want more of that? Come and get it. His voice is shaking slightly as he says this, but he's still trying it.
All right, 2 of the wolves turn toward you, their hackles raised, snarling, eyes flashing, but it's no longer their turn. It is the horses' turns. Each of the horses will rear up, turning, not having over much range of motion, but one of them will strike the wolf to the north, one of them will strike the wolf to its east. Let's see how they do.
Combat horses.
The first one hits with a 20, dealing 7 points of bludgeoning damage. The other one hits with a 21, dealing 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Hit him.
You can actually see the second one hitting, slamming into the chest, actually collapsing some of the ribs of the second wolf that whines, whimpering weakly as it struggles to pull itself back to its feet just to Kiva's south. It looks heavily injured. The horse is still panting, whinnying, looking ready to bolt as Adrian kind of reaches back. No, hush, hush, it's okay. The horses are looking incredibly freaked out. You can see the whites of their eyes. Regardless, that is the end of their turns. Lillison, you're up. You are prone and surrounded by 3 wolves. The 2 of them seem to be focused on Earthrendir above you. What are you doing?
We should just send those wolves into Castle Ravenloft. Just have them stomp Strahd. Lillison is going to. Sure, she's going to get up. Put her back up against the back of the cart. Thrust her hand forward and send blood red acid splashing at the one to the south of her and the one to the west of her. So that's going to be 2 dex saves.
All right, go for it. That is an 11 on the north one and a 14 on the south one.
Okay, the west one, I assume. The west one takes 6 acid damage, and the south one takes 3.
This was the west one adjacent to you, and the south one adjacent to you.
Correct. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. So the west one will take the full 6, the south one will take half to 3. And as you watch, the west one actually howls in agony as the bubbling blood red acid burns and sizzles, causing more spouts of blood to pour from its leathery fur hide until it begins slumping to the ground, bits of white bone shearing through from the point of its skull and its shoulders, till it's nothing more than a small pile of miserable fur laying on the muddy earth. Or actually, sorry, no. It's a cantrip, I forgot. So yes, the south one takes no damage.
Ah, yes, that's correct.
Sorry, I used 2 level spells. All right, very good. Cool. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
All right, thank you very much. With that, Adrian's turn. He will grunt, turning to the wounded wolf. Oh no, sorry, that was Elvir's turn. Yeah, so Adrian's turn. He will turn to the wounded wolf to Kiva's south, pulling his short sword, and he will attempt to slash it in the side, aiming for the wounds where the horse's hooves caved in part of its torso. Unfortunately, only rolling a 10, appearing to be thrown a little off balance. He stumbles for a second, cursing, as the wolf behind him still pushes him off the side. That is the end of his turn. Metreon, you are under the cart, and there's a bit of pandemonium all around you. What are you doing?
Yeah. Realizing that he's probably not in the best place currently, and also there's like this really big rock that he's kind of under, and it's really uncomfortable. These things, this foliage around, are those trees or are they bushes? Are there any trees around here?
There are some smaller trees, none immediately close to the road. There are some a bit further, especially toward where Kiva is.
Okay. So he's gonna go ahead and rush out from underneath the cart.
All right, taking your half your movement speed to stand up.
So he's gonna go ahead and shoot the wolf that's right here in front of Kiva to her south.
Okay.
With the crossbow.
Go for it.
And that's going to be a 15.
That will certainly hit. Roll some damage.
So that's going to be 10 total. 5 piercing plus 5 sneak attack.
All right, you drive it right through the back of the neck. It lets out a muffled squeak and then drops to the ground, unmoving.
And just as it drops to the ground, I too am going to drop to the ground and try and hide in these bushes. I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to hide.
All right, go for it.
25.
Very good. You rustle away into the bushes and think you're feeling pretty stealthy.
Literally just did a
All right,
prank.
that is... All right, Kiva, you're up again. You've got a heavily wounded horse behind you. You've got Adrian to your side, 2 wolves, and a swarm of ravens that looks like it's going to do another dive bomb. What you doing?
All right, so thinking that the storm of ravens is going to have the wolf that's furthest away from her, she's going to get the one that's just sort of to her, what the fuck is that, my right? And that's what she's going to attack.
All right, sorry, the one to your right or the one to the upper right?
The one to my right, not to the upper right.
Gotcha.
It doesn't do anything because that's a 9.
Unfortunately, yes, it does miss. The wolf nimbly dodges aside.
All right, so she's just going to keep her shield up.
All right, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's her turn.
All right, Elvier is up. He's going to take out his short sword as well and turn toward the wolf to his bottom left. Snarling, "Get the fuck away from my horse!" And he's going to try to stab it right across the side. That is a 12, which unfortunately, again, just barely misses. He lets out another muffled curse as the wolf kind of pushes its way into the air, knocking him back for a second and swiping as he's forced to dodge, unfortunately not connecting. That is the end of his turn. The ravens have their go. They will dive down, one swarm toward the injured wolf next to Elvier, one down to the injured wolf next to Kiva. Unfortunately, that will be a 7 against the injured wolf by Elvier, which will miss. But a 13 against the one by Kiva, dealing 8 piercing damage, carving through that wolf. You can hear it howl in pain as its eyes and tongue are pecked out and bleeding before it collapses upon the ground, motionless.
Love
The
that.
raven swooping back up into the air before the remaining wolf to Kiva will take an attack of opportunity. And miss with a 10. The other swarm missed. So with that, it is now Amity's turn. You are on the cart. The herd of wolves, the pack of wolves has been thinned considerably, but there's still danger up to the side of you. You can see that the left side horse is in pretty obvious pain. There's a large gash out of its side, and one of the wolves is looking hungrily as though it's going to attempt another bite. What are you going to do?
Okay, getting up a little bit in the cart, Amity is going to copy Erthrindir, casting shatter, such that it hits these two on the left here next to Elvir. Understand? Ooh. Yeah.
All right. So with that, as you cast the spell, you can see silvery mist beginning to rise up from the ground before it explodes with a thunderous force. You can see the faces of screaming souls and spirits erupting in a thunderous blast of force, the air sweeping out on any side and slamming against the wolves in its path. Let's see how they do. That is an 11 for the north one and a 6 for the bottom one.
Yes, that will fail.
All right, how much damage?
Oh man, sure. Wait, did the spell say? Yes. Oh, 18 of them. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of
We love to see it.
Jesus. Yep.
You watch as the wolves basically burst in a messy shower of gore, kind of Elvir crying out in shock and horror as he's rained by sudden popping wolves. The two of them slamming onto the ground with a terrible crunching sound, as those two wolves are no more.
Popping wolves.
Amnesia will take a deep breath and then sort of drop flat prone in the bottom of the wagon. Not hidden, but at least not, I guess, in the open.
All right, very good. Is that your turn?
That was my turn.
All right, it is the wolves' turns. One of them is going to leap forward, and it's going to attack the injured horse. Let's see how that's going to work out for it. It does not have advantage. There are no friends nearby. But aiming to get its mouthful of flesh, it rolls an 18, hitting, dealing 7 points of piercing damage. The horse rears back, crying out as a massive bite is taken out of its shoulder. It stumbles, almost slumping to the ground, blood running down its side, dripping down its hooves. As it's struggling to stay up, it has very few hit points left.
Okay.
It's looking very, very close to falling. All right. Earthrendeer, you're up.
All right. He is kind of glancing between the fucking explosion, the injured horse, and Lillison, and decides that, yeah, no, I probably care more about her than the horse. He, drawing his wand, he mutters an incantation and is going to cast Dissonant Whispers on the bottommost one closest to Lillison.
All right.
So that's a wisdom save.
Sounds good. That will be a 6. These wolves are not rolling very well today on saving throws.
All right, that is 11 psychic damage, and he has to get as far away from me as possible.
All right. It will attempt to, but as you watch, it suddenly rears back from Lillison, slaver and foam dripping from the corner of its mouth, its eyes wide, rolling back in its head as bits of reddish blood begin to drip from the sides of its eyes. It reaches up and howls, long, piercing, agonized, and then just simply collapses onto the ground.
He takes a deep, shaken breath and then looks down at the last wolf. All right, then. Come try it. That's his turn.
All right, sounds good. Next up,
just
after
to ask
Earthrendeer-
Dragna,
Yes?
sorry, but these three wolves out here, are they just sort of standing and watching?
Ah, fuck, I left out 3 wolves, didn't I?
No, that was fine.
Oh,
It
no,
was
no, no,
totally
they're
You're good. You're good. You're chill.
totally fine.
They're just placeholders for, the keeping the track on the combat tracker.
Yeah,
Teacher, did you remember to collect the homework?
Shut up! Shut up!
Regardless, you watch as 3 additional wolves burst from the underbrush. We'll just situate those nice and close. We'll say they had reinforcements. All right,
It's
so
not their turn.
very fair. All right, so it is now the horses' turns. One of them will move to trample the wolf that it has in its reach. Bring back its hooves. Let's see how it does. With that crit, it rears back. This wolf that has now had several bites taken out of it, pulls its hoof back, and smashes the wolf's skull into a pulp. Bits of gray matter going flying everywhere. The horse snorting victoriously and just kind of stepping back to nurse its wounds as the wolf is reduced to not so much splatter. Horse still looking pretty wounded, just kind of almost collapsing after the exertion of that. Lillison, you are up as you see several other wolves approaching from the north. Kiva, you can see them as well. You are still prone on the ground as one final wolf is beside you. What are you doing?
I thought I got up last turn.
Apologies, you are no longer prone.
Okay. Lillison is going to look over to Erthrindir, then look at the last wolf and say, "Do you think you can take care of this one?
Go.
There are more coming."
I got this.
She nods. Quickly pats him on the arm, and is going to disengage and zoom on out of there. Yeah, let's stay about here. She is going to point at the wolf nearest to Kiva. How badly injured does that one look?
It's looking pretty hale and hearty. Most of these wolves now are not looking too injured, if at all.
Okay. She is going to bend to the side, trying to avoid Kiva, and puff out a spray of noxious-looking mist. So that's going to...
All right, this is the one adjacent to Kiva?
Correct.
That is a 15.
All right, nothing happens.
Yeesh.
All right. All good. With that, is that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right, Adrian is up. He is going to step beside Kiva, and she's going to step forward toward the wolves, and he's going to swipe out at the wolf adjacent to Kiva. That is a 20 to hit, which will hit, dealing 7 points of piercing damage as he stabs it right along the shoulder and the side. All right, that is the end of his turn. Metreon, you're up. You are hidden in the bushes, and from what you can hear, there are several other howls that have arrived from the north. And as you glance out through your hiding place, you can see Kiva and Adrian engage with a trio of wolves that have burst onto the scene as another one approaches from the north. What are you doing?
I'm not going to say that there's a little bit of a wetness in his pants, but there might be. But he is going to sneak out of hiding, and he's going to go ahead and shoot the wolf that is behind Kiva to the east.
All right, go for it. From here, yeah, you can hit that. And I believe you do have an advantage because you are rolling.
I do, yes.
Not surprised.
Hiding. 21.
Will certainly hit.
So that's 3 piercing damage and 3 sneak attack.
All right, very good. That'll be 6 total.
And yeah, as soon as I pop out, I'm popping back in. Oh, fuck me. That's the natural 1 on stealth.
All right, as you
7
pop
total.
back in, one of the wolves kind of swivels its head toward you, its gaze locking on you as it sees you rustling in the brush. Its hackles raised, it begins to stalk toward you. Okay, is that your turn?
Yes, well, yeah, I'm ending my turn with Metreon repeatedly saying shit to himself.
All right, Kiva, you're up. There are only a few wolves remaining, 4 ahead of you, sorry. The ones next to you and Adrian seem to be pretty wounded. There's a fresh one to the east of you that appears to be stalking south toward where Metreon just went. What are you doing?
All right, so Kiva's going to try to hit that one next to her again, hopefully.
All right, go for it.
Ah, motherfucker. Okay, that's a 10. So then... Yeah, so then Mother Trucker. Okay, this is a stupid idea, but she's going to notice that one is going towards Metreon, and she's going to back up, take the opportunity attack, and sort of position herself there so that it has to go through her first.
All right, that'll be a 23 on the opportunity attack.
Oof.
Yeah, that hits.
Oof.
That will deal 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay, not bad.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, very good. In that case, Elvir is up. He will swap to his crossbow again, load a new bolt, and he will take aim and fire at the one adjacent to Erthrindir on the southern side. With an 18, dealing, unfortunately, only 3 points of piercing damage. The wolf winds a crossbow bolt now sprouting from its shoulder as it banks off for a second, losing its balance, giving Erthrindir a chance to scramble clear of its jaws. That is the end of Elvir's turn. The Ravens have their go, as they will swoop down, one onto the wounded wolf by Adrian, one onto the wounded wolf by Erthrindir, each attacking with their beaks and claws. That is a 14 to hit on the south one, dealing 7 points of damage. Erthrindir, you watch as the Ravens ravage this wounded wolf, tearing it to pieces. It dies howling before several beaks puncture holes in its throat, and it can no longer sustain the sound before collapsing.
Oh my god.
The Ravens, their black beaks now painted red, swoop back up to the sky. Next to Adrian, the Ravens will swoop down on the wolf near him and Lillison, and they will attack as well. That is a 14 to hit, dealing 4 points of piercing damage. Unfortunately, not quite killing it, but you can see that the wolf is barely hanging on. One of its eyes closed, the other one bleeding down, several wounds along its sides. It's looking very hurt. And the Ravens will actually stay in place, forming almost like a cloud as they swirl around this wolf and Adrian, forming almost a protective barrier. That is the end of the Ravens' turns. Amity, you're up.
All right. Amity is just going to take the friggin' hide action. Just worming herself between these barrels, playing completely optimally.
All right. This will again be with disadvantage.
True. That's fine. That's fine. I'm really good at rolling. 5.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
And-
You kind of like scurry down, but like your horns are pretty obviously poking up over the side.
Metron has not used the Bardic Inspiration yet, right?
I have not.
Okay, then that's all for my turn. Enjoy.
All right, it is the wolves' turns. Let's see, one of them will run toward the horse, and another one will move toward Metron, but as Kiva steps in to intercept, will glare toward her. One of them will attack the Ravens, and one of them will step around Adrian to attack the horse behind him. So, first off, against Kiva, that's a 15 to hit.
Misses.
All right, next up against the Ravens, this wolf will attack. That is a 13, which does hit, dealing 7 halves. You watch as several ravens cry out as they fall to the ground, lifeless and torn to shreds by the wolf's slavering teeth. And the 2 other remaining wolves will both attack the left side horse.
Yeesh.
That's a 22 to hit, dealing 5 points of piercing damage, as the wolf lashes up and tears out the horse's throat, its eyes rolling back, going white, before it collapses onto the ground. Elvir crying out in rage and horror, as the other one dives down and makes another bite attack. Not resisted, but just to tear out a massive chunk of flesh from the side that it then devours gleefully. And so, Let me just check something real quick.
I don't like these wolves.
Yeah, no, not a fan.
The wolves will, but the wolves by Adrian and Elvir will then retreat, bounding back behind these crumbling bits of landscape. Elvir cannot make an opportunity attack. Adrian can with his short sword. With a 21 dealing 3 piercing damage, but not quite enough, unfortunately. All right. With that, Erthrendir, you're up. With one of the horses fallen, but only 2 wolves actively on the scene. What are you doing?
He's going to look a bit mystified at the wolves just running away, but besides there are other concerns. He's going to vault off the wagon and kind of running over to Lillison. As he passes, he mutters a word and cast healing word on her. Okay, and she heals for 5. And then
She nods, grateful thanks through grimace.
Yep, it still hurts. And then, holding his wand, he's going to shoot a blast of fire at the wolf next to the remaining ravens.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that's a 15 to hit.
All right, that will hit.
And 9 fire damage.
Wolf burns up as it howls, shrieking, its fur burning up with this terrible, acrid scent, before finally collapsing 5 feet into the underbrush, a scent of smoke rising from its burned, cauterized wounds.
Okay. He's then going to position himself so that the remaining he's blocking off the remaining horse. Hey, y'all, if they get this last one, we're not getting this home. And that's his turn.
All right. The horse has nothing to attack, so it will take the dodge action. Lillison, you're up.
Lillison is going to glance over to the downed horse. Does it look like it's on death saves?
Its throat is gone. It's got a big chunk taken out of its chest. It is a dead horse. It is an ex-horse.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
In that case, she is actually going to, rubbing at the spots where she had been freely bleeding and now are healed up. She's going to run up, flipping her dagger out of its sheath as she does, and try to take a stab at this wolf.
All right, roll for it.
19 to hit.
That certainly hits.
All right, that's going to be 5 piercing plus 4. I get sneak attack, right? Because Kiva's there?
Yes.
You do.
Woo, 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 woo.
You slice it right alongside the eye as it cries out, snarling in pain. It's looking very hurt.
All right.
Is that your turn?
She's going to move a little bit further.
All right.
And then shout back at Metreon, take a shot. And that's my turn.
All right. With that, it's Adrian's turn. He's going to... let's see. He's going to step to the side and try to take one shot against the fleeing wolves, who do now have 3/4 cover because of the landscape they're hiding behind. Unfortunately, that is only a 9 to hit, which does miss. He's struggling to reload. That is the end of his turn. Metron, you're up. There's one wolf left, and it's pretty banged up.
Yeah, well, so Metron has heard 2 different things. He's heard Erthrendir mention the wolves that are fleeing, and thinking that they might still be a threat if they continue to exist. He's actually going to try and fire at one of them.
The fleeing wolves?
Yeah.
They do have 3/4 cover, and are they within your range of your crossbow?
Yeah, I've got it's 30 to 120.
Okay, so you will be rolling with disadvantage and a -5.
No, fuck it. Yeah, I'll just shoot I'll bonus action hide. I'll do myself a favor by hiding a little bit better first.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and shoot the wolf that's in between Lilith and Kiva.
All right, go for it.
Ooh, natural 20.
All right, roll some
Nice.
damage.
So that's math is hard. 12
All right.
points of piercing damage and 4 sneak attack.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
So panicking, he kind of retreats back into the bushes a bit more, trying to center himself. Hearing Randy, he kind of pokes his head out, sees the wolves that are too far away, and says "fuck it," and sees Kiva and Lillison engaged in combat with this other one, and just instinctively shoots. The arrow zips through and goes through the eye that Lillison has already cut open, and there's a bit of explosion.
All right, and with that, the wolf falls painfully on the ground, unmoving slump of fur. As the other wolves slink off, bounding away into the woods, Adrian exhales, spitting another curse word as Elvier rushes to the side of the corpse of the horse on the ground. The ravens cawing as the scene quiets.
Do we get him?
I think so. I mean, not in time, but we got most of them.
Metron's going to step out of the bushes and go back to the cart and check on Amity and Truffle.
Yeah, Amity, as the action is died down, Amity and Trouble poke their heads out from beneath the barrels. Although I guess you could already see the horns.
Yeah, I'd say that Metron kind of taps the tip of your horn. Oh,
we did it.
yeah. And then Metron looks over the cart, the edge of the cart, or around the cart rather, and sees the mangled corpse of the horse and turns back to Amity. Maybe just keep a low profile right now. Got a bit of a mess out there.
Amity nods in understanding and just sort of slides like jello back down into the wagon.
Earthendeer jumps off and walks over to Kiva and Ellison. Hey, are you two all right? You were right up front.
I feel fine.
Okay, good. Adrian, Elvier, y'all are, wow, you're not even scratched.
Yeah, Kiva is going to look over at Adrian and sort of shake her head to the side, like, can we talk for a minute?
You can see that Adrian is kind of like crouching over his brother's side. Elvier is like knees on the ground, kind of cradling the horse's head in his hands. God fucking damn it. Adrian just kind of closing his eyes, and then he glances at you, Kiva. He just kind of gives his head a small shake as if to indicate not right now. Though you can see there's a bit of a glint of expectation in his eyes. You can hear Elvier kind of like, as he cradles the horse's head in his hands, the blood kind of running down over his fingers as he kind of carefully holds it. Damn it. And Adrian kind of remembers. She fought well. She did what she could. And Elver just kind of grunts. Yeah, not fucking good enough. Just kind of gently lays the horse's head down onto the ground. Kind of places a hand on the mane. As Adrian kind of turns to surveil the rest of you. Are you all right?
Yes, we'll be fine. Is there... I'm so sorry about your horse. Will we still be able to go on down the road?
Adrian winces. Well, if it won't be easy. It would be quite slow if Rose were the only one pulling. If any of you have a rope, we could perhaps tie that around the empty harness and try to pull it ourselves.
I can help pull whatever I can if we have a rope.
Earthendeer rummages in his pack and procures the grappling hook, which he frantically unties. Here, this should hold. It's gonna be a pain, though.
Kiva loops one end around her waist.
You sure we could have a group making up for the power of a single horse? That seems a lot to take on at once.
Yes, we can push from behind as well.
Whatever helps.
Alrighty. Right, yeah, that's a better idea. Oh, he looks over to the sort of eviscerated remains of the wolves hit by the shatter and winces. Do y'all often get attacks when you're traveling, making deliveries and such, or is this uncommon?
Adrian kind of looks grimly toward you. It's not unheard of, but very rarely do we get packs this size. Usually well-armed travelers can keep them away, but it's getting harder and harder. Last shipment that I heard we made to Vallaki, there's been increasing troubles with wolves, so I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, really. But in any case, yes, Mr. Metreon.
I was just going to say, do we want to burn this, or do we want to leave it there? As a later buffet for these wolves.
You see, Elvier just kind of standing up, simmering, kind of forcefully shoving the hair back out of his eyes. If we leave her out here, the fucking pack will be back. Those two wolves will bring more, and they'll eat well tonight. If we bury her, they'll just dig her back up again. I say we leave them nothing.
Yeah, but maybe we leave them this so they don't come after. And Metron points to the other horse.
Sorry, what?
Look, it's not doing us any good just being dead there. We don't want the other one getting eaten.
Sunflower was a damn good horse, and if you think I'm going to let her carcass get eaten by these damned...
Besides, we don't want all of the wolf pack to be right here on the road when the Mardikovs come back on their way through.
That's a fair point, I suppose. And I'm sorry, I don't mean no disrespect to Miss Sunflower. I'm sure she was a great steed. I mean, I saw her kicking ass out there like no one's business.
We don't want to train the wolves so they can get food this way.
I have an idea.
Okay, what's that?
Lillison is going to walk up to the horse, give an apologetic look to the Mardikovs, and then bend down and place her hands on its flank and start putting as much poison as she can into it.
Oh.
This is through
Make
which...
that bitch a Trojan horse.
This is poison spray.
All right. It's an odd look. You can see bits of kind of greenish spray kind of congealing out of the wounds, and the first time you do it, Elvar kind of jolts forward. What are you? And then he sees what you're doing, and he kind of his eyes go wide, and he just kind of grimaces and looks away. I suppose it's not like she's around to complain about it. And Adrian just kind of puts on his shoulder. I suppose that's not a bad way of going about things. Mr. Lillison, you've got an interesting array of specialities. All of you do. It's a bit intimidating, really. I'm glad that you were here to help make sure that we didn't lose 2 horses today, and perhaps more.
Yeah, well, this is what we do, right? Better or worse?
It appears so now. Lillison bends her head as she finishes up and then pats the horse's flank again and just says very softly, take a few more of them out on your way.
Adrian just nods. Had someone gave him a rope, correct?
Yep.
All right. With that, he kind of carefully begins shepherding the remaining horse away from the now slightly greenish body of the fallen sunflower, moving the cart forward as it kind of rumbles a bit over some of the pebbles and mud in the road, the dried earth, and just kind of very carefully tying the rope around the remaining side of the wooden harness, kind of pulling it taut on both sides and forming a knot at the end. Kind of nods in satisfaction. Right. Well, it won't be easy or pleasant work, but 2 or 3 of us should be able to pull alongside. It'll be a bit slower than per usual, but we should be able to make it there.
Yeah, you got this, right? Lil and Randy, right? Yeah.
Metreon, I am a walking twig. Please help me push this thing.
Yeah, but I'm all legs, right? Fine.
He gives him like a look that could cut through steel and kind of motions like, get over here.
I feel a little bit pathetic just letting you all push me. At least let me heal some of the wolf bites.
That's a good trade-off, then. Who needs healing? Who's been you, Lil, Kiva?
Wilson looks over towards Kiva.
I'm about down to half, but I'm feeling okay. Strong enough to pull, at least. Maybe we save all of our energy in case we get attacked again.
Elvia, Davian?
They're fine.
Adrian and Elvia, kind of like move alongside the rope. It looks like they're about getting ready to help Kiva as well. Though Elvira's kind of like keeping an eye on the remaining horse.
Kiva looks at Adrian and goes, "You're fine, aren't you?"
Well, I seem to have escaped the worst of it. Lucky, I suppose.
Lilson looks over towards Amity and says, well, after Erthrindir helped me, I feel much better, but I think it's still the case that if anything hits me, I drop pretty quickly, so if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, just come up here. Amity opens her arms, preparing to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, Lillison will step close.
All right. Amity wraps her arms around you just a little bit, not like a full hug. I mean, you are Lillison. You heal a miserable, absolutely pathetic 4 hit points.
Which is still a good chunk of my health, so...
Yeah, I mean, you're, back at full health now?
It didn't fully close the gash. Do you want another one?
I'm... Lillison is, like, a little bit stiff in Amity's arms, but she relaxes a little bit and says, no, that was plenty. Thank you. I do fear that we might find worse down this road. Thank you.
All right, though I would expect if we were to find worse down the road, you'd want to be, I guess, a little bit more patched up for it.
Yes, but I'm not the only one to worry about, she says, looking back to Kiva again.
Not gonna work, Lillison.
She's got that little weird little green shield thing that she does anyway. Let's get cracking, yeah. And Metron will get at the back of the cart where Amity, I presume, is sitting now, and he'll prepare to start pushing it from behind.
All right. Adrian finishes tying off the rope and readying everything as Elvir takes up position beside it, kind of using some of the rope to also secure part of the remaining horse's harness to the other side. Just kind of nodding back as Adrian says, "All right, is everyone ready to start back on the road?"
Yeah, let's move.
All right, let's hope we don't have any other untoward encounters. He kind of nods grimly and turns back toward the trail ahead as he begins guiding the horse and pulling the wagon eastward.
Well, now he's jinxed it.
Yeah, as a few moments after everyone starts to pull the wagon and Metron is pushing, Metron relaxes and just walks behind the cart.
Lillison gives him a dirty look and steps up to take his place.
Oh, I was just taking a break.
Yes, of course. Let me know when your break is over.
Will do.
All right. Without the second horse, your going is a bit slower. You travel eastward perhaps 15 minutes or so before passing a trail that winds south toward the mountains. A few minutes later, you pass a northern trail that meanders northward into the woods. The road here is dried, the recent mud having cooled in. The earth still a bit soft and loamy after the previous day's rainstorm. And you can see, where it wasn't there before, carving into the drying, cloying mud, a deep wagon track that is carved through the mud that bends from the eastern trail and turns out of sight onto the northern trail before vanishing into the woods.
DM, is that recognizably the way to the camp that Salzar and his brother pointed out?
Which camp?
The
Vistani
Vistani camp.
Not that you recall, no. From what they said, the camp was pretty close to Vallaki. As far as you can tell, you're a few hours away.
And this might be another stretch, but does it look like the wagon wheel trails that would be left by the black carriage?
Make an investigation check.
That is a 3. She has no idea. Just
It's tough to tell. They're old tracks. They've kind of dried over, kind of collapsed in some places. Adrian just kind of notices you looking at them, shrugs and turns back to the road ahead.
all right. Kiva's just gonna keep pulling, but keep a closer eye for any other travelers.
All right. Proceeding eastward beyond the wagon wheel trail, soon leaving it behind in your wake, you travel another 30-40 minutes before passing another ashen gray trail that leads southward through the woods, vanishing into the mist. You continue on the Svalich Road, passing that trail by before, after 90 minutes or so, after departing the Raven River Crossroad, you arrive at the familiar site of the Luna River Crossroad. Before you can see a trail winding off to the north and an old soggy road meandering out to the south, with the signpost directs to the ruins of the Berez. Ahead of you, you see the signpost pointing toward Vallaki, and you can see a bridge running over a silvery blue river that winds its way from north to south. You watch as Adrian just kind of says aloud, mostly to himself, right, we're getting pretty close now. Shouldn't be longer than another half hour or so. He glances up at the sky, and it's still just kind of a pale gray. Seems we'll be making it there before noon. Decent time, all things considered.
Will you be all right on the way back?
Well, it should be easy without the barrels taking up the weight. I'm sure Rose can carry the wagon herself. We'll likely have to stay in town a night or so for some re-rigging and to see if we can, well... He kind of glances at Elvir and kind of pitches his voice lower. See what we can do about a missing horse. But then again, if we don't have any shipments to make in the near future, perhaps he kind of winces, cringing a bit. Perhaps we'll be able to get by until then. He shrugs and resumes pulling. You travel forward along the earthy road for another 20-25 minutes or so before you can see the silhouettes of slouching dark structures come into view. Several abandoned cottages lining the road, as you can see in the distance, beyond the thick fog that is beginning to descend over the land, the mist swirling around the edges of the woods. You can just faintly see the gates of Vallaki a few hundred yards away. And as you pass through the cottages on your way along the road, Lolithid and Kiva, you see movement flickering in one of the dark windows of the abandoned cottages. It then ducks out of sight, but not before you can just barely see a face looking at you.
Is the face recognizable to either of us?
Make a perception check.
7.
20.
Ooh, Lillison, you do not catch it in time, but Kiva, you recognize it immediately. You recognize it immediately as Ismark Kolyanovich. A moment later, you can just faintly hear footsteps and the sound of creaking wood coming from the doorway of the cottage. And as your eyes meet, you can see Ismark stepping forth from the doorway.
What on earth are you doing out here?
All of you turn to see who Kiva is addressing, and as you do, Ismark paces forward. You can see that he appears to be in far from good health. He appears to be nursing one of his shoulders, a long slash carved across, going just barely avoiding the bottom of his neck and going down across part of his chest. You can see long, what appear to be bite marks across his right arm, where he holds his longsword in his left hand, wielding a short sword that glints with a strange silvery light in the gray illumination of the Barovian morning. And as you look to meet his eyes, you can see, as he grows closer to through the mist of the dreary Barovian morning, his face is different. And as you glance with some small amount of horror upon his left cheek and ear, a deep, angry red burn that runs the length from his ear to just beneath his eye, down past his chin. He offers a small wave. Good morning. I was wondering when you might get here.
The fuck happened
What
to you?
happened?
It's been a long night. Do you mind getting off the road for a second?
Yes, of
Wait,
course.
yeah,
Get
of
over
course.
here, please.
Is Irina safe?
He winces. I don't know. I don't think so.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know?
Look. I don't know where he took her. It just happened so fast.
Oh, okay,
What
to hell with
happened?
this. Earthrendeer holds up a hand to Kiva. Heal. And he is going to cast Healing Word on him.
Ismark stiffens with obvious pain, his eyes going wide as you hear an audible creaking from his bones and muscles beginning to weave together across the wicked slash in his side. He exhales strongly, his shoulders slumping as the magic runs its course through gritted teeth. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just take your time. What happened?
Right, here. He glances toward the gates where you can just faintly see, still through the mist, not clearly visible, but just faint silhouettes behind the palisade wall. Please, it might be safer if we discuss this off the main road. And he kind of gestures toward the cottage where he came from.
All right. Berthendir will kind of take his shoulder and help him if he needs it, but he'll head towards there.
Lillison's gonna stop for a moment and just squint at Ismark and see if there's anything that seems off about him. I would like to make an insight check.
You certainly may. Roll it.
I would like to too. I'm not
That
feeling
is-
confident in this.
Yeah, that is a 16.
All right,
Eight-
Metron,
18.
you as well.
18.
18. The both of you kind of see this like haunted look at his eyes. He doesn't seem off. There's not really a slur to his speech. His eyes seem dark, but genuinely fearful, concerned. Not a kind of a personal terror, but just kind of a dread to his voice. But you detect nothing but, as far as you can tell, sincere intent from him. You can see that as he glances back toward the gates of Vallaki, kind of licking his lips, he seems sincerely concerned about whatever lies beyond.
Taking that moment to kind of see if I feel like he's telling the truth. When I feel like he is, I'll immediately rush up and scoop him up underneath the other side, where I assume Randy is on the other side of him. The opposite side, rather. And I'll look up at him. It's kind of like carefully holding him up. You gotta tell us what happened, man.
He kind of grunts and then wheezes softly in pain as you kind of press your hand up against his side. Oh, thank you. I will. I promise. I can make it all right myself. Thank you. And he kind of just fails. He kind of protests, but does not really refuse your support as you assist him back toward the cottage from whence he came. As you pass through the opening, you can clearly see that the walls of the frame around the door and the ground and the earth and bits of the wooden floor that kind of poke up in the interior of the cottage around the entryway are all splattered with massive blood stains. Many of them still damp or only beginning to dry. Some of them kind of dribbling off into small puddles. Kiva, as you're kind of making your way through, you can kind of see what seems to be a small, palm-sized kind of grayish canine paw severed at the wrist, lying on the earth just to the side of the window where Ismark first saw you.
Kiva's going to kick it to the side.
Oh God.
Ismark winces and grunts as you help him inside and just kind of gratefully kind of removes himself from your support as he steps back. You can see the interior of the cottage is dank and decrepit. The wooden floorboards that once sat here that have now rotted, exposing large puddles of moisture, bits of moss and lichen that have grown up around the walls. You can see a small patch of mushrooms growing in one corner. The roof creaking, clearly not water-worthy, as bits of moisture drip down to the floor and running down in small rivulets to the puddle. Ismark nodding and kind of like readjusting his splint armor to cover the point along the slash that has now been healed. Right, so it's good to see you back. I'm glad that you all seem to have returned safely.
Get the pleasantries out of the way. What happened?
Right, okay. Where to start? So, fuck the fucking. So, there was a festival yesterday. I believe that you knew about it. I wasn't sure if we should go, but Irina, she was a bit concerned, I suppose understandably. She thought that it was clear that we might have issues, you see, if we didn't go with the law. So I agreed in retrospect against my better nature to accompany her there. We thought it best to make an appearance, at least among the crowd. The festival itself was uneventful. There was a bit of a hubbub at one point. It seems that the Baron did not take well to certain parts of it, did not go as planned, I surmise. But at some point, everything went insane, for back of a letter word. There were shouts of a beast in the streets. The townsfolk began to scream and flee. We did our best to make our way to the crowds, but that was when we saw him. Big man, bald, and an axe at his side. And as he moved toward us, I tried to get Irina away. I saw that his hand, it was unnatural, like a devil's or a demon's. We tried to flee, but he cornered us, and he kind of winces and kind of raises a trembling hand to the burn mark at the side of his face. I tried to protect her. I wasn't fucking strong enough. And he kind of like slashes against the side of the shack with his longsword, embedding it in the wood, cringing at the splintering sound, and just kind of standing there for a second. He said he was fucking waiting for her.
Metron gives Randy a look. You sound familiar, yeah?
He nods. Yeah, the guy in the square. What, the Baron's dog, whoever he was. The Markovs mentioned him.
Lady walked her too.
Yeah, said his name was Ezek.
The
At
hell
least
would
it wasn't
him? The hell would he want with her, though?
I don't fucking know. All I know is he slammed me in the side of the head and I woke up outside the gates. No gear, no weapons, no armor, just in the dirt.
So we have to go get her. Where would she be? At the Burgomaster's mansion?
I mean, I
don't-
presume so.
I mean, we don't know where this Izet guy lives. Or is there a jail here? Presumably, if that was like a...
I
The-
don't know. I just know that whatever guards were in there, I was told that they'd thrown me outside as a dissident.
Well, even if she isn't at the Burgomaster's mansion, this man is directly associated with him. So maybe we go to him and see what's going on.
Wait,
Wait,
slow down.
Wait. He might be working with the vampire.
Even so, we get her back.
Yeah, but we take the time to plan this out. We don't just storm over there.
I agree. And she also looks over at the swords that Ismark seems to have acquired. If they took all your things,
He nods. Right. It's honestly a bit funny. He holds up the short sword, and as you look, it is very clearly and covered in a silvery coating that glints in the gray light. This one seems to be a bit of an upgrade from my last one. You see, when I woke up, I was not alone. It seems that, well, you remember the carnival man, yes?
yes.
He said
Storyteller?
yes, Rictavio, I think was his name. He said he had pulled me away from the gates. I woke up against this cottage here. He told me that the guards had disarmed me and that they had thrown me outside. Apparently, he'd overheard some conversations, suspecting that I would die out here. I had no weapons, I had no armor, so I asked if he would stay. He said he would not, but I managed to convince him to give me this. Though where he acquired it, I have not the slightest idea. And he holds up the silvered short sword. As for the rest of it, that was stranger still. I had only this, not even armor, for most of the night. I managed to hide from something in the woods. I didn't know what it was, but it babbled like a madman and crackled like a splintering fire. And then, when the moon was high, there was... I don't know what it was, but I just barely dozed off before I heard the sound of wings. And when I woke in the moonlight, I saw that there was that my weapons and my armor had been left for me on the floor of the cottage. They were wrapped in a black cloak. So, well, I did what I could to arm myself, make sure I was prepared, and I don't know who returned them to me, but I'm very grateful. The wolves came back twice that night, once a few hours later and once in the morning. If whoever returned my weapons and armor had not done so, I suspect that you would not have found me alive here this morning.
Ismark, you've been through so much. I am sorry that we were not with you.
No, it is not your fault. It was my responsibility. You have already done so much for my family. But I appreciate it. At this point, all I know is that what I need to do is I need to find a way back in there. I need to get my sister out of that fucking bastard's hands, and I don't know where we're going to go, but we need to get out of here.
Yeah, let me maybe help you out with that a little bit. We can, maybe paint you up a bit, mess you up some kind of way, make you look a bit different, darken your hair like mine,
Yeah, actually, odd question is, Mark, but do you mind if I see that sword for a minute?
Not a problem, of course. And he hands you the short sword. You can see that his original short sword seems to be buckled by his side, but he hands you the new and third blade for inspection.
I think he was going to take... Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. It's his RP thing, not this.
No, I want to hear the RP thing.
She was just going to say that we could say that he's one of the Martikovs accompanying us on the journey. It's not a hard sell.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's with wine, Just don't say anything.
It'll work fine. But yeah, Earthendeer is going to lay the sword on the floor and then put his short sword that he had made in Vallaki next to it. And kind of comparing the two, can he see if the craftsmanship on the silvered short sword looks like it was made somewhere else? Like, say, out of Barovia?
Make a history check for me. While you're doing that...
Make a history check, you say, Dragna.
Earthendeer was waiting all his life for this.
15.
The silvered short sword is very much, as far as you can tell, it does not seem at all of similar make to the short sword you had forged in Vallaki. It is of a finer, more elegant make. You can see it of simple design, but some slight bits of raised gilding along the sides of the hilt. It seems that, as far as you can tell, it was made by a far more expert craftsman than the individual who forged yours.
But not like a ceremonial blade. This is clearly
this is meant for fighting.
Okay. Earthendeer returns the sword to Ivsmark and gives a little bit of a grin. Well, seems our good friend Rictavio is in fact from somewhere else. And somewhere with money to boot. You don't get a weapon that good and that well made without some serious cash.
Where did he
Ismark
go?
blanks. He said that he was traveling west for whatever reason. He said that Vallaki was not a good place for his show anymore. He said that he was looking to get new inspiration. He didn't give more than that.
after a festival like that, I wouldn't want to stay there either.
Wait, maybe that was the wagon tracks I saw.
You
Good
saw wagon
shout.
tracks?
Well, I did, but I couldn't figure out what they were, and Adrian didn't seem concerned by them, but that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that we should consider following him or going to Kresik, the other town. If Vallaki's like this.
Wait, you said there was a beast in the streets?
He nods. From what I heard, it was. They said it was a cat or a tiger or a lion, and I've never seen anything outside of a storybook, but it seemed to be quite a large and threatening creature.
Wait, did you say a lion?
I mean, I suppose I'm not really sure what to expect if I were to see one, but there was a lot of talk around town. A lot of the townsfolk seemed to be confused about what it was as they were trying to flee it.
I just conjecture, but I did hear a lion in that Rictavio's own wagon the other day.
So it seems like Rictavio is definitely someone that we want to be friends with.
Apparently so.
But wait, did he?
Did he just set his lion on the town?
I don't know, but I could swear that I heard something snarl from the wagon when I saw him leaving.
Well, I mean, then if he set some big cat on everything, did this Isaac fella did he use this opportunity to snatch Irina, or were they working together?
Rictavio saw her in the tavern, though. If there was a chance, if this was part of a plan to get Irina, he would have given it to her much earlier, I think.
Okay, but then what's the point of releasing a lion in public like that?
Distraction.
Distraction for what, though?
Maybe he didn't mean to release it.
Okay.
That's even more concerning.
Well, for all we know, someone else could have disappeared as well.
Okay, all this is a good thought, but I think we have a secondary thing. Irina. We need to figure out what we're doing there.
Well, let's first maybe get back into the city then, yeah?
Before we do,
yes.
I'd like a
No.
plan.
We want to go to any other city.
We're getting Irina first. That's out of... nothing else is part of the plan.
I think that anything we do, we should at least first make sure this wine is delivered to the Martikovs, and then, when they're very grateful to us, perhaps we can get more information from Erwin and Danica.
Yes, I agree.
And not to mention, Amity, it's almost sundown. We can't go out tonight.
Isn't it?
As a clarification, it's around noon.
Oh, well, hell. Right. Well, the sentiment remains. Amity, if we start traveling now, we try to get all the way to Kresk, what Lord knows that sun can go down and we're fucked.
Okay, I guess you're right. Tonight, Vallaki is going to be the safest place.
Yeah.
But after that...
I'm with Amity here. I think as nice it might be to have free room and board at the Blue Water, whatever happens today, we've got to go. I don't think we can be here. Ideally, we can break in, get her out without anyone being ever the wiser, but...
First, we got to find out where she is then, if that's the case.
Yep. Might be a jail, or... Ismark would have seen if she was in the stocks, probably. But...
Listen, I don't know.
I would not have. I did not see her even get taken. That's the fucking worst of it.
I'm sorry. Well, in that case...
It's not your fault.
Metreon kind of pulls...
Not...
go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, I was going to say Metreon kind of pulls... excuse us for a moment, and kind of ushers for everybody to kind of come to the side, away from Ismark. Listen, I know it's not a popular idea, but that lady Fiona...
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, maybe she's Maybe she's got a way in for us. Maybe she can help us out with this, you know? If this is what you want to do, and he looks at Kiva directly, if this is what you're set on doing, if you want to help him out and want to help her out, you know, better to have someone who's maybe got a little bit more power than we do, a little bit more understanding of this place than we do.
I'll say right off the bat, and she's going to look at Amity and Earthrendir. I understand if you don't want to go get her. I could do this on my own. I'm going to make sure that she's okay. But I do think that Fiona is the best course of action. She did mention that she wasn't happy with Vargas, and she wanted Isaac out of the way. She might have some information on how to do that, or at least tricks that we can do to take him down.
And even more than that, maybe she could just make sure that we're safe.
Without her.
She's also a wannabe tyrant and thrall to a vampire. I understand your point, but this is... If we get in with her thoroughly, then I don't think it's going to matter what happens to us or Irina or how all that goes, because...
Who says we're getting in? We just need her help for one night. Y'all said yourself we're leaving after anyway.
These kind of people don't just let you go. You're not gonna... We're not... If we
That's why
let her...
we let her think we're getting in well with her. We use whatever resources she can give us, and then we just disappear.
You'll forgive me if I've had my fill of working for wannabe tyrants, if you don't mind. But, like...
You don't have
she's... Yes, I
like
do.
Like I said,
because...
I'll do it by myself.
And you will die, Kiva. Which is why we're not letting you do it by yourself.
We are not working for her. We are merely doing one action where our aims coincide, letting her believe that we are working for her, and then leaving before any consequences can fall upon our shoulders.
Earthrendir kind of looks between everyone. Fine. But what happens to this town after she gets what she wants?
We're not going to...
Well, I hope you're ready.
We're not going to deliver what she wants in entirety.
Yeah, like you said, we do what we need to do and we get out of here. It's, you know, we use it to our own ends. If that's what we want to do, you know, I'm going to be democratic about this. I'm not thrilled with any part of the plan currently, but
Amity?
It just seems like it's okay. This is going to be hard to say exactly. On the one hand, I know how much you care about her, Kiva, and on the other hand, it feels like it shouldn't be our responsibility to do this. But going to Fiona and just asking her what she has, that can't be bad.
Earthrendir kind of looks at her, half betrayed, half understanding, and then the group. It's fine.
But I agree with you. I don't want to get involved.
It doesn't matter if we get involved. We're giving her what she wants. And that
We don't
means...
need to give her what she wants. We don't even need to kill Isaac. We could even plant evidence that she was working against him, keep him alive, keep him pointed in her direction. All we need is Irina.
Fine.
We don't need to get involved with any of this. We can just stay the night and go.
It isn't our responsibility, but the one whose responsibility it is can't do it. And there's going to be nobody else.
The other thing is that he's, and Metreon kind of very stealthily points at Ismark. If we are going to travel, he's a good man to have on our side. I mean, if we leave here without March Carves, without Ismark, I mean, yeah, we did good against some wolves today, but those were just regular wolves. There wasn't them big wolves that we had to run away from at first, and that seems to be just the tip of the fucking iceberg here. I hate to say it, and I really hate to say it, but if we're going to be here, we're going to need people. And Ismark is good people.
He is.
I'd rather him fighting with us, instead of resenting us for abandoning him and his sister. And this isn't, lust talking or nothing. I mean, this is just diplomacy.
If we go in and talk to Fiona and say we're going to do what she wants, but then we don't, and we go in and rescue Irina from whatever place, and what I'm saying is there's going to be 2 people, 3 now actually, who are at our backs. Are not at our backs in a good way, but in the way where they're also holding a dagger.
Yeah, the moment we get this done, we gotta go.
Exactly, yeah.
Wait.
Well, we don't have to come back here.
I was going to say,
That's
maybe
why-
we don't get this done.
That's why we're going to be very careful about it and keep them pointed at each other.
All right. Well,
Well, listen, we got some things we got to do when we get in there first. We can drop it to the wine. We gotta go see that toy maker, right? You've got a.
we need Amity's brace, yeah. Hope it's done. Better be done.
I'm willing to go and speak with the Lady Wachter. If anybody else wants to come with me or wants to not.
I'll go with you, Lillison.
She nods.
I'm not
Well-
stepping foot in that woman's house. Good luck.
Well, maybe then you can go with Amity and get a leg taken care of. We'll be
Yeah,
dropping
and
off
we
the
need
wine.
the Mardikovs to pay us too. We're gonna need money wherever we're going.
And if you do some kind of mission tonight, then maybe I'd better not come. I mean, in the entire time I've been here, I've been struck or injured 4 times, and 2 of those times it knocked me out and broke my leg. I don't exactly have a good track record.
When I speak to Lady Wachter, I will represent it as if it was just me and Kiva. I will leave your names out of it.
Thank you.
And we can decide afterwards what exactly we are to do. And that also reminds me, DM, with all the magical healing that's been going around, have any of our lingering injuries gone away?
Yes. Amity's limp actually has Amity been healed? I don't believe she has.
Amity hasn't
Ah,
taken damage.
I never take damage.
Then Amity's limp is still present. Let me check everyone else.
If I'd taken damage, I
well,
would have
you will
gotten
continue.
another limp.
Limp 3, the limpening.
Yes, I don't believe that anyone other than Amity would be capable of having that kind of healing.
Right. Well then.
Should we disguise Ismark or just stuff him in the wagon?
No, we could
Disguise him first.
Disguise them.
disguise.
Yeah. And yeah, definitely. And as you do, Metreon, can you cover up the side of my face for a minute? After we get Amity's brace, I've got an idea.
What kind of idea?
I was thinking decent odds that Irina might be in the Baron's house, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking that I could go by there and as a tutor, somebody who we know he's got a son, we know he's about school age, go by there as a tutor, say that I'm willing to offer my services and see if little whoever the hell wants it. That way, at minimum, I can get inside the house, get a hint of the layout, talk things over. At maximum, I might actually be able to have a walk around inside while I teach little dipshit about cantrips.
Yeah,
can
yeah. I
you-
mean, oh, it's going. Sorry.
Just gonna say, how can you be sure he doesn't already have a teacher? Why would he take some person off the street?
Because I am from the outside world, and he kind of spreads his arms expansively. I am a handsome, mysterious stranger with magical tricks aplenty and knowledge of many far-off lands. Trust me, you hit them with that exoticism and they will melt. You just gotta make it off like, oh, but would you like to hear about the secrets of the Sea of Fallen Stars, of far-off lands? It's seriously, like, people love that shit.
Kiva looks
But
skeptical.
him up too. Like, oh, a man as noble as you.
Ooh, good
would
idea.
Surely.
Well, ideally, I don't get him.
I would love to watch you make this pitch.
You?
Well, you can only be at two places. You can only be at one place at two times.
Yeah.
Wait, how does that work?
Look, if you want to go with him, I'm fine going to talk to Fiona on my own.
No, I'm speaking to Fiona. I was just saying, I would love to watch this at a distance.
Thank you. But yeah, if y'all have any advice or buttering up tricks, I'm fine with it. But I do think it's a good idea.
Well, Izzy, just relax. And Metron starts to step away, and he's gonna go ahead and start darkening his hair up, covering up the burn as much as he can. It's gonna be a little bit painful for Ismark because it's a heavier pancake makeup, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'll say you can make a dexterity check with your proficiency modifier if you're proficient, or if you want to take, I'd say a good hour or so, you can just take 20 on it.
I mean, do we want to take the hour, or do we want to just get this over with?
I think it doesn't need to be great. It just needs to cover the wounds.
We'll make him look as different as possible
Yeah,
for the
that
guards
too.
that threw him out.
That too.
While this is happening, Kiva's going to go outside and talk to the
Can I take the
Markovs.
20?
Yeesh.
Can I take the hour?
I would say that probably Lillison, you're taking your time. Lillison or you would probably point out, that it's looking a little smudgy. I will allow you to take the hour.
Okay.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 5.
Okay, yes. You can take the full hour to just make sure you get it right.
Sometimes it
Because,
just be
yeah.
like that. You put on your makeup, it looks horrible, you take it off, you try to put it back on.
This
take
isn't
it
great
off, it
lighting
just
either,
actually
It's everyone's kind of
sometimes
standing
it just
over my
actually
shoulder.
takes an hour.
All right, so Ismark just kind of yes.
Go ahead.
So while Ismark is being disguised by Metreon, what is Kiva doing?
Kiva's going to go outside and talk to the Markovs and explain the plan and let them know that they're going to be bringing Ismark back, but just say he's like a cousin or something. And if Adrian has a moment, she's going to try to talk to him.
All right, Adrian nods. That shouldn't be a problem. If you trust him, I suppose we trust him as well. And yes, what is it, Kiva?
So, look, this is the second time that someone in your family has kept the truth about things. What's the deal with the healing? Why didn't you take any damage? I watched your skin knit back together.
He kind of closes his eyes for a second. Right. Look, it's a bit private. You'll understand if I'm not entirely comfortable talking about it. The most I can say, it's a bit of a medical condition. It's nothing to worry about. And I want to insist that I was not looking to mislead you in any way. It's simply, it's a private, personal matter.
Okay, so would you happen to know about the private personal matter of your family in Vallaki knowing giant human-sized ravens?
I'm afraid I couldn't speak to that. I'm not entirely familiar with the company my brother keeps. We don't talk quite very often, I'm afraid.
Have a whole manner of secrets that you don't communicate with each other then.
Unfortunately, some go some deep. Perhaps I'll be able to reconnect. I apologize.
Look, if there's something that you can do to help us in any way, connect us with people like you, or even stick with us on the road for a little while. We're going in there to get his sister back, and we could use some reinforcements.
Make a persuasion check.
I believe in you.
It's a 13.
He sighs. I'm afraid you might be promising more than, or asking more than I can promise. I don't mean to imply that my family is not grateful for what you've done. We truly are. Merely there's... Look, we will be returning to the winery when we can. That might take till tomorrow, even the following day, if our efforts to secure placement gear and livestock are not entirely successful. We would be more than glad to accompany you if we're able at that point, at least as far as the Raven River Crossroads, if that's where you're headed. But I'm sorry, my family, I'm not a fighter. You do what you can to defend yourself in these woods, but whatever you're looking for, I don't know that I can give it.
What we're looking for is people to help keep us alive. And we gave you your home back. But
you did.
Look, it's not that we don't appreciate the traveling here, but we didn't ask to be here. We're trying to do whatever we can to get out. And I'm sorry if this comes across as rude, but you are the first people who have offered us any sort of help other than the one who's in that cabin there getting makeup over his bloody wounds. And it seems a little unfair for everything in this place, even the good stuff, to be denied us.
He sighs and just kind of mumbles something under his breath that you can't quite make out. Elvir kind of shoots him a glance. His brows kind of furrowed. And Adrian opens his eyes and meets your gaze again, levelly, not shirking away, and just simply says, "You're right, of course. Again, I can't promise much, but the most I can promise you for now, and I want you to know that this is not out of any sort of enmity. All I can promise you now is that if you wish to travel together on the way back to the winery or wherever you shall go, we would be more than glad to accompany you. And I do hope that we can become better friends over time. But he sighs, and he just kind of shakes his head. And you and your friends don't deserve what you've had to go through. And he just leaves it at that.
Kiva just looks completely crushed and goes back and waits outside the door of the house for Ismark.
All right. As you do, you see Elvir speaking in low tones with Adrian. Elvir scowling and Adrian strangely looking almost thoughtful as he watches you go. And then you move into the cottage with the others, and they vanish from sight.
Kiva just fucking punches a wall.
Can we hear this?
You hear her punching the wall, yes, as she enters the cottage.
Okay.
Lillison looks up at that, flinches a little bit, then walks over to Kiva.
Keep it down over here. I'm trying to do something here.
Sorry.
At this point, a good amount of time has gone by, and Ismark kind of like blinks up at you, Metreon. So, how do I look?
Well, it's terrible light in here, and it's it's a lot of moisture. It's very humid in on it. I did my best. We'll make it work, right?
Out of curiosity, how are you disguising Ismark?
So I'm darkening his hair with my shoe polish, tanning his skin up a bit, similar complexion to mine. I am doing a bit of a technique to make it look like he's got a 5 o'clock shadow, maybe enhancing whatever 5 o'clock shadow he has with a bit of shoe polish to make it look like a bit more full. And then a hood of some kind.
All right. He takes to it well and just kind of runs his fingers through his hair, kind of looking at some of the
Don't
locks that
touch your
hang
hair.
down
Don't touch your hair.
Right, sorry. He kind of pulls his finger away with a bit of like black polish on it, just kind of like scrubs it away in his pants. Right, sorry.
Earthrendir is trying very hard not to crack up, but he is failing miserably. Make you just, and as he just kind of proffers a handkerchief. Here, you don't want them to see that you have.
Yes, right. Thank you. And he kind of like takes the handkerchief and starts like trying to scrub out the polish from his pants and like has to like spit in it because it's like not really getting it out. But eventually he manages to just kind of leave kind of this dark smear across his trousers.
You know what? Here. And Metron will take off his jacket and then take off his hooded vest, and he'll give it to Ismark to wear. You give me this back. You give me this back when we're inside, all right?
He nods, accepting it. It's not the best fit, but it accomplishes its goal.
Well, you know,
And
his
he
shoulders and chest are so much more broad than mine.
Yeah. He kind of looks over you and kind of like puts it on. It does its part to conceal his features a bit. Before we go in, his voice chokes up for a moment. Thank you. Truly, none of you have to do this. None of you had to do what you've done, and I'm sorry that we haven't repaid you. But just thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
One good turn deserves another. And you've been good to us.
He offers you a thin smile. Right. Well, shall we see what we can find and save my sister?
Yeah. Though, once we get in there, find a place to get some rest. You're going to need it for tonight.
He nods. All right. Sounds good. I'll leave the investigating to you then. But I guess we have to get in first.
Yep.
Yeah, just don't say anything. You know, just maybe you're on mute or something. Just be as inconspicuous as possible.
He nods and kind of like draws in on himself, which is kind of tough because he's like 6'3" and like over 200 pounds. But kind of like draws in and he tries his best to look nonchalant. He doesn't do it very well, but he tries.
You know what? We have people with horns. It's close enough. You are not who they're going to be paying attention to.
He coughs. Right. Of course.
Shall we?
I think we shall.
All right. And with that, newly disguised Ismark in tow and rejoining Adrian and Elvir by the wagon, you resume pulling your way forward and begin approaching the mist-shrouded gates of Vallaki's palisade walls. And that is where we will take our break.
Woo! Ooh. The second half of this one's going to be fun.
So,
for some values of fun, yes.
As always, after a 15-minute break, during which time, feel free to enjoy some messages from our D&D community, including our fireside chat with Justin Alexander, owner and author of the Alexandrian D&D resource website, where he will have a discussion with our producer, Japlukas, about running effective D&D villains. It should be enjoyable, and we hope you all have fun, and we will see you all back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Japlukas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Justin Alexander, the creator of the Alexandrian blog, about D&D villains and running Strahd. What are D&D villains? What do you believe their role in actual gameplay and storytelling should be?
That's a good question. At a fundamental level, I guess we can say that the role of D&D villains is largely the same as it is in any other medium. The difference arises from what makes role-playing games unique from other mediums. So like novels or TV shows or films, those are all linear mediums that have a predetermined sequence of events. And of course, what makes RPGs special is that interactivity. But what they have in common when it comes to villains is that the roles of a villain is to create challenge. And this can be misunderstood because often when we talk about challenge in a role-playing game, we're talking strictly about combat. But creating challenge from the standpoint of a big bad villain is often as much about that villain being what I refer to as a font of problems or a source of problems. And what I mean by that is that as a game, as a campaign continues on, the big bad villain can continue creating new obstacles and challenges for the PCs over time. And that's part of what creating the challenges the villain is about being the source of the various scenario hooks and complications and challenges that the players face. The other thing that a villain does is create theme, or to enhance theme, or to address theme. So the interesting thing in role-playing games, much like when we talk about how role-playing games don't have these sort of linear plots, is that the way that theme works in a role-playing game is also different than the way it functions in other mediums. Because if I'm an author of a novel or a director of a movie, I can include elements knowing how they will be used and how they will pay off, and I can develop those themes in a predetermined way over the course of a story. If we look at Dracula, for example, as another example of a vampire fiction, the themes in that include the sexual freedom or constraint of Victorian society, and a lot of the imagery of how Dracula works and how his victims work builds upon those themes. When you're dealing with themes in a role-playing game, you often have to sort of set up thematically resonant elements within the scenarios that you're creating, but then you kind of have to see how those themes develop in play, and what your thematic message of the game is can depend a lot on how things sort of play out. So both of those things kind of require a different viewpoint or a different set of techniques. But ultimately, the role of the villain is to create those challenges and to reinforce the theme for the story that you're telling as part of the campaign.
Considering that the regular D&D villains aren't exactly the same as the villains in other media, such as film or books, what are the major pitfalls or traps that dungeon masters fall into when preparing or running villains in tabletop role-playing games?
Yeah, absolutely. And like we've been talking about here, like fundamentally RPGs don't work exactly like other mediums. Like one thing I talk about on my blog, The Alexandrian, quite a bit is this idea of don't prep plots. And when I talk about plots, I'm talking about that predetermined sequence of events that you know is going to happen before you ever sit down to play. And that's how every other medium works, right? Every other medium has this predetermined thing. But in role-playing games, we want to have the players be able to sort of take any action and see what the outcomes of those choices are. And often as I'm discussing these ideas with people, I'll get a lot of reactions like, oh, yeah, I don't want to railroad my players, but... And there's always like a different reason behind that but. And part of the reason we end up with that but, and the reasons why we feel like we need to predetermine an outcome, is that there's sort of despite the fact that there's a consistent recognition that role-playing games aren't designed for linear predetermined plots, the vast majority of the media that we consume is purely linear. Even most of the interactive stuff like video games, at best they have maybe branching plots. And those creative instincts get buried pretty deep in us. And so we want to creatively express what we see around us, even in our role-playing games. And as a result, one of the most common buts is, but I don't want to kill off my bad guy before the big finale. And so this kind of gets directly to this idea of running the villains. And as a result, well, if we can't predetermine exactly how the confrontations with the bad guy are going to go and what the big satisfying conclusion is going to be, how can we have these big bad guys in this purely interactive medium of role-playing games? The big risk, of course, is that you bring the villain on stage, and in a classic piece of Pulp Fiction, he would monologue at the heroes, and then he would escape before the heroes do anything. But in a role-playing game, your heroes might halfway through the monologue shoot him through the head, and that's incredibly anticlimactic, and he's not really a big villain if he dies in the first scene of the adventure. And so one of the concepts I came up with is what I call the principles of RPG villainy. Basically, there's three ideas here. The first principle is that you can build tension without using direct confrontations with the villain. So rather than having the villain show up to a place where he can be shot in the head, you might have him telepathically communicate with the PCs. Or you can also do things where the threat and ominous presence of the villain are established non-directly, where the PCs come across the horrible things that they've done. Like you can have the villain burn down a village, or murder a bunch of innocents, or kidnap people that the players care about. You can also have a lot of minions or lieutenants show up who are acting out the goals of the villain without actually having the villain there. And as long as the PCs and the players know that the villain is behind all of that, that will build up a tension with the villain, even while you're not necessarily directly placing the villain at risk. So that's one way you can do it. The second principle is that you can prep lots of bad guys. And so with the second principle of RPG villainy, you don't necessarily predetermine who the big bad guy of the campaign is going to be. You instead have lots of bad guys, and as some of them get killed as a result of PCs unexpectedly scoring critical hits, for example, well, it turns out that wasn't actually the bad guy of the campaign. And then the third principle of RPG villainy is to have those bad guys run away. Often when we are running role-playing games, we get stuck into a habit of everyone fighting to the death. And if everyone fights to the death, then it becomes difficult to keep any of them alive. And often the only people we have run away are sort of our predetermined big bad villains. And then if they don't successfully run away, we try and railroad that and force it, and that's all unsatisfying, as we know. So in this case, what I'm saying is everybody should run away when it makes sense for them to do so, which in real life, of course, most people do when they're outnumbered or they're being massively gunned down by a superior force, which the player characters often are, they'll run away. And then the NPCs who survive, the characters who survive by running away, those turn out to be who the bad guys are over time. So that's kind of the different technique and the different way of looking at bad guys for role-playing games, which is that often you can have the bad guys emerge from play and discover who the big bad villains are because they're the ones who develop long-term antagonistic relationships with the players and the player characters, rather than predetermining who those relationships are going to be with.
How would you apply your principles of villainy to running Count Strahd von Zarovich, both to set him up as a villain and to actually execute his actions in-game?
Yeah, when we're talking about Strahd, there's a lot of pre-published modules with predetermined bad guys. But one of the great things with Strahd is that if you look at the whole history of Ravenloft modules, there's always been an awareness of how to handle that to a certain extent. Like if you go all the way back to the original i6 Ravenloft module by Tracy and Laura Hickman, in the module, they actually have things to keep in mind when playing Strahd. They have 3 points. They have 1, Strahd chooses when he attacks. Strahd is supposed to be a genius, play him as one. Whenever he is aware of the PC's positions, he is allowed to make an attack how and where he wants. His attacks must be timed to be most advantageous to him. To do that, Strahd must move around the adventure. However, he can always be found in the place determined in Fortunes of Ravenloft. It is your responsibility to see that the vampire uses his ability to his greatest advantage. And so, if you look at that, that's basically the same thing as the first principle I was talking about, where you have the villain doing things to forward his agenda that may keep him at a safe distance. The second principle here in I6 was Strahd knows when to withdraw. He knows when he is in over his head. If he is losing a battle, he becomes gaseous, polymorphs into a wolf or bat, and or summons other creatures to guard his retreat. And here, of course, you have that third principle where the bad guy runs away. 3, Strahd's attacks depend upon his goals. There is a reason why Strahd lured the PCs into his little kingdom. This reason is determined in the Fortunes of Ravenloft. Strahd's plans for achieving his goal are listed with his goals. And so there too, what you end up with is this lean towards the first principle, this idea that you build tension from a distance, that Strahd has goals that don't necessarily require him to confront the PCs directly. And by pursuing those goals and intersecting them with the things the PCs care about, you can build that tension over time. So Strahd has a lot of these resources and his effect on Barovia is palpable, so lean into that. The other example I also give too is even if you have a big predetermined bad guy like this, and something goes awry, that doesn't necessarily mean that the whole campaign needs to drive into a brick wall. An example I use with this, again, is actually Dracula. And I used the hypothetical example that if you were playing Dracula as a campaign and one of the PCs was Jonathan Harker, and he went to Dracula's castle at the beginning of the novel, and he figured out that Dracula was a vampire, and then staked him through the heart and killed him in Castle Dracula, and then went back to England, there would be a temptation to say, knowing that we had predetermined that Dracula was supposed to be the big bad guy of the campaign, well, that's really unsatisfying because it was all over at the beginning and none of these other things happened. But if you lean into the idea of lots of bad guys and the idea that the bad guys who survive are the ones who will build antagonistic relationships over time, then maybe what you end up with is you look at what's happening. Dracula is dead. Who else is there? Well, there's all these brides of Dracula that you'd included in the castle in your prep for the adventure. And Jonathan Harker has gone back to England. What if the brides of Dracula pursue Jonathan Harker back to England, and the campaign becomes about all of these female vampires loosed from their master who are now wreaking havoc across Victorian England? And if you haven't predetermined the outcome of what you want the campaign to end at, that can still be a really engaging and exciting story that we're telling there that can explore the same themes and take us to a really satisfying conclusion. We just don't necessarily know what that conclusion is ahead of time.
My friends, it is I, Count Strahd von Zarovich, and I bid thee listen. The Guild of the Black Crow have produced over 5 hours of ambient sound design for my most beautiful and ancient land. As used by Twice Bitten, these ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
All right, everyone. Welcome back from the break to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. Before we get started, as always, some quick announcements to get out of the way. As always, thank you to Foundry VGT, our continuing and excellent virtual tabletop sponsor for this campaign. Quick notice to anyone who is on the r/Curse of Strahd subreddit. Or if you just run Curse of Strahd as a DM and you are interested in learning more about it, the r/Curse of Strahd community is hosting an event called Strahd Must Die Tonight. It is basically a competition, friendly, minimal prizes, but just getting people together to have some fun running D&D's biggest and baddest villain, or at least one of the most well-known, in a competition to see who can kill Strahd the fastest. It is an ongoing competition. Signups are happening now on reddit.com/r/Curse of Strahd. And more information is available in the sticky post on the subreddit. It should be a good time. We're expecting a lot of groups to come out. DMs and are welcome both as DMs and as players. I know a lot of Curse of Strahd DMs don't often get the chance to play. So hopefully for those of you who are interested, it should be an enjoyable chance to experience the other end of powerlessness. So, with that out of the way, Twy, as always, how's our Twitch looking?
Our Twitch is looking splendid, thank you very much. And I'd like to give a big thank you to everyone who's been supporting us. It really means your subscriptions and also just, you watching and engaging with the show mean a tremendous amount. Thank you. And also, if you would like to subscribe, then, I would like to remind you that Amazon Prime is a thing, and it gives you Twitch Prime. And if you would direct Twitch Prime our direction, then, I'm not going to stop doing streamer screeds every Saturday, but, I will be very happy, and we will get money to do cool things and create resources that will help the community. So please, get those sweet, sweet subs over here. We love you all. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We actually were just able to secure another resource for the stream that you may see coming up in the near or in the long term. So again, thank you to everyone whose support has made that possible. We appreciate you guys so, so much. Serena, do you want to give a quick rundown of what's going on the interwebs?
I do indeed. So as always, you can join the conversation on reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd. We have episode libraries, full asset lists, art galleries, and a whole bunch of other stuff, as well as post-episode discussions where you can hang out with the cast in the comments and talk about all your little crazy theories. We also have our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/r/Curse of Strahd, where we have all of our past episodes, fireside chats, and really awesome clips from the show that we all love. That's all.
All right, thank you very much, Serena. And Linus, I believe we're going to be taking off a bit later this month. Do you want to?
Yes, so sadly, due to some IRL schedules, we are taking off 3 weeks. That's December 19th all the way through January 2nd. There might be some bonus content, but no promises. So in the meantime, sate your hunger for blood with the subreddit Strahd Must Die Tonight event.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the Strahd Must Die Tonight is a celebration of the 3rd anniversary of the subreddit, so definitely encourage you all to check that out. We will be having an episode next Saturday on December 12th, but otherwise we will be back on, I believe, January 9th after that. So, again, thank you all for sticking around, and I think that's all we have for now. So, without further ado or delay, let's dive right back in. And so, as you, accompanied by Ismark and the rattling of the wagon's wheels behind you, Mardikov's driving the horse forward and assisting with the pulling of the cart, you continue making your way along the last few dozen yards of the road toward the gates of Vallaki. There you can see the palisade walls rising up over the grayish, grassy field that surrounds the town. You can see the wolves' heads now rotted and beginning to fall to the ground on the pikes upon which they stand. Behind them, you can see the sturdy iron gates with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. And as you approach, you can see those two figures stepping forward, eyeing you balefully through the gates, each one carrying a pike. As you do, one glances over your group and says, "Halt! Who are you, and what business do you have in Vallaki?"
Well, my good man, we are actually delivering a fresh batch of wine to the Blue Water Inn.
He kind of eyes you over for a moment, eyes over Ismark, pausing for just a second, and then grunts, his eyes barely passing over him for a second before skimming the rest of the group, and you feel kind of a sense of relief sweep over you. "Right, well, best get it there quickly then."
Of course,
And
we will be efficient.
He nods to his compatriot who steps forward. They kind of click open the gates and push it open, kind of screeching on its rusted hinges as they hold the gate open, bearing the way forward into Vallaki. Adrian nods to the guards. "Thank you, my good sirs. We always appreciate your assistance in getting deliveries to the tavern." The guard just grunts and steps aside as Adrian begins guiding the horse and the rest of the wagon through, the rest of you assisting.
Yep.
All right. Moving together through the streets of Vallaki, it's quieter than you're used to. The streets are thinner and less populated than you would expect, given the time of day. Despite noon, only a few scattered figures are out on the streets, and there's a bit of a hush that seems to have fallen over the town. You see a few faces eyeing you darkly from the dim windows on either side of the street. And as you make your way through the muddy cobblestone thoroughfare, passing beyond St. Angel's Church and delving eastward into town, you catch a few other dark or somewhat suspicious stares. Eventually, however, you do come to the central crossroads of town, where you see the familiar blue waterfall sign of the Blue Water Inn. Here, Adrian halts the horse, giving the rest of you a nod. "All right, then. Let's go see how my brother's doing." Elder nods and begins tending to the horse. Are you going inside with Adrian?
Yep.
Yep.
And Metron will make sure to kind of stay close to Ismark, almost sort of shielding him just in case there's kind of any like weird stares or anything like that.
All right. With that, you kind of make your way in, keeping Ismark from view, following Adrian. Alvier staying outside with the horses as you continue inside to the Blue Water Inn.
What's the scene like in there? What's is it as quiet outside as it is inside?
Passing inside to the Blue Water Inn, you can see a scattering, perhaps a half a dozen Vallakians sitting around a few tables, but none sitting together, no large parties, just scattered amongst the individual tables in the bar. You can see behind the tap room, or in the tap room behind the bar, Danica just quietly polishing glasses. You can see Erwin wearing an apron, just kind of sweeping the floor off to the side below the stairs. Behind him in the corner, you can see two familiar figures, as you recognize Saldar and Yevgeny wearing their furs, their bows strapped to their backs. Their backs turned toward you. You're drinking by themselves in the corner, though one just glance over with recognition as you enter the tap room. Danica offers you a warm smile, and Erwin's eyes light up as he kind of sets his broom against the wall. Then spotting Adrian, says, "Well, goodness, I suppose I should have expected you back." He kind of moves forward. "It's good to see you. It's good to see you all. Welcome back to the inn." He kind of glances over the lot of you, seeing that you're a little bit worse for wear.
Delivery?
Of course. I presume you were successful then. Wonderful, wonderful. Please. He kind of like kind of rubs his hand, and then, yes. And Adrian gives him a smile. "Owen, Elvia's outside with the with the wagon. He's got the shipment you were looking for. And Erwin's eyes brighten. Oh, marvelous! That's wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Yes, we'll take care of that quite away. Elvir knows where to put it, and he nods, and Adrian nods. Yes, he's already likely pushing it over to the your unloading door. Erwin nods. Yes, good. Right, I'll see to it then. He kind of like turns aside for a second, and Adrian kind of catches his hand. Erwin blinks and turns back, and Adrian kind of like, you see him give his hand a squeeze. It's good to see you. Erwin shoots back a slow smile. Of course, same to you. Thank you for coming. And he turns toward the rest of you. For the rest of you lot, for making this possible, I don't suppose it would be a bit too much to ask that we help get things rolling, as it were. You know, rolling barrels.
Yes. One moment, though. We are a bit... it's been a long morning, so to speak. Do you mind perhaps opening up some of the rooms upstairs, should they be available still?
Oh, of course, not a problem. I would likely need to help Elvia, but Danica, do you mind? And she kind of like pulls out a ring of keys around her finger that she kind of picks up. Not a problem. They are as you left them. If you'd like, I can guide you up there. Or if you remember
No, we're much familiar with them, unfortunately. Come. Thank you so much. And I kind of start to usher Ismark up the stairs, following me.
All
Or
right.
out of the tavern to go up the stairs.
Ushered upstairs.
Lillison's going to step forward and catch Danica's eye and say, I'm sure the Mardukov brothers will also tell Erwin this, but this might be the last wine delivery for a very long time.
Danica's face kind of slackens. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, we've got what we've got, and we've got to make the best of it. Thank you for letting me know.
She nods. The winery was, well, besieged would be the wrong word, because it was taken over, occupied by the time we arrived. We had to do some heavy cleaning up work in order to restore the rest of your family to their home. And before we left, they told me something rather strange.
Yes, do you mind if I ask well, first off, that is a troubling thing. We knew that the wine was delayed, but not for, and she's kind of pitching her voice a bit lower, not for reasons of intervention. What occurred? What continues to be the issue? Is everyone all right over there? I'm sure Erwin doesn't speak of it much, but I'm sure he would like to know that his family's safe.
Everybody was safe and well last we left them, but they may not be for much longer either.
That is ominous. Do you mind letting me know a bit more, or should we take this to a quieter place?
Wilson glances around and then nods. Let's go somewhere quieter. And, Amity?
Sorry, are you gesturing Amity to come with you, or to, like, go away as you go to somewhere quieter?
To come with.
Oh, yeah, then sure. Amity follows.
Danica nods and kind of pitching her voice up back to full volume again. Right, well, thank you very much for the offer. If you don't mind giving me a hand with the barrels, you can come right here through the kitchen, and we'll meet them by the door, yes?
Yes,
kind of, like, being stepping back through the
course.
kitchen. Excellent, thank you. Come on, let's. And she kind of makes her way into the kitchen, assuming you follow her, and as you do, she closes the door behind her. Right, so, and is anyone else accompanying Amity and Lillison? I know Metron and Ismark were going upstairs. What are Kiva and Earthrendir's status?
Once the barrels are brought in, Earthrendir is going to politely but obliquely ask about the pay, given that, or I can just roleplay it out, but yeah, no, once,
Sure.
yeah.
So
yeah.
I'd say that you and Kiva you can accompany Erwin outside to the wagon where Elvir is beginning to move to dismount the barrels.
All right.
And Erwin seems grateful for your help as he and Elvir begin rolling them off of the back of the wagon, kind of using an improvised ramp, using a sheet of board to roll them up the stairs and into what seems to be a chamber for kind of a storeroom beyond.
Yeah.
So if you'd like, you can catch him here.
Sure. Oh, Mr. Mardikov, a quick word. So,
please, Erwin is fine.
Erwin, sorry. So, I'm not sure how much of this you've heard, but there was some serious trouble in the wake of, well, the winery itself. Everyone's all right, everyone's safe, but we had to do a fair bit of violence to clear the place out.
His eyes darken. My goodness, I'm sorry. I assure you, I did not mean to send you into any danger.
Aerith waves it off. No, of course. I wouldn't think you would. I just wanted to say that your family's safe, but you may be hearing more from them. There's a danger on the horizon, which may be... He shakes his head. They'll tell you more, but what I was going to say is that the way events have worked out, we may not be able to take advantage of that perpetual room and board you've offered for a variety of reasons. Don't want to go into them, but at the moment, and given everything that happened, what we'd appreciate more would be money or anything along those lines. There are some things that need to happen after recent events, and yeah.
Erwin regards you for a moment, closes his eyes. Yes, of course. I'm sure you've gone through quite a bit. The road itself is not easy, and whatever beyond that, I can't imagine what you've had to go through for my family's sake. That certainly shouldn't be a problem. Just give me some time, perhaps an hour or so, to get some things together.
Of
Kiva
course.
holds up a hand for a moment. Erwin, perhaps in lieu of payment, maybe you can offer us something else.
Well, I'm glad to do what I can for friends and patrons. What would you ask?
What can you offer us in way of protection?
He blinks. Forgive me, Kiva. What precisely were you looking for protection against, if I might ask?
Look, I asked your family already. Whoever the burgomaster has working for him has a friend of ours, and we maybe need eyes or ears or something that you can offer us to maybe know where she might be, or how to fight them, or even to go get her. And I know you said your family doesn't get involved, and I'm not going to put you or the kids at risk.
He holds up a hand. No. I'm afraid I know exactly whom you're speaking of. I imagine I recognized her brother entering with you earlier, though I should suspect that few others would.
Right, the distant cousin of the Martikovs that we disguised him as.
Quite. I know all of my cousins, and I assure you he's not among them, but I am also capable of assuring you that I expect that few others would be able to make such a deduction. Regardless, my dear, I believe that it is terrible what that young man and his sister are going through, and I cannot promise you. If you mean protection by force of arms, I cannot provide that. I am an innkeeper, not a mercenary master, but I do know this town quite well. Give me a few hours, and I will see what I can do for you.
Kiva looks very thankful, and she sort of grips his arm and money helps too, but I feel like knowledge in this situation is going to help us get her back faster.
He kind of nods and pats your arm. Of course, but again, the service you've done my family and the warning you provided. Knowledge can be priceless, but the girl you're seeking, Miss Coliana, she deserves better. Consider the knowledge free of charge. If you return in an hour, I will have your payment proper.
Thank you very much.
Likewise.
Of course. Just see to it that she and her brother are safe. Yes? They are good folk.
We're gonna do our damnedest.
He offers you a smile. Good. That is very good. I'm sure that you've won the loyalty of those two with your efforts. Well, deservedly so. It might not seem so. I know that this land can seem dark at times, but the efforts you make for others, the bonds that you can forge with others, they can mean more than you think.
Thank you. That, well, not to use your own words, but that means more than you think.
Well, I never claimed to be a sage, so perhaps I'd best stop prattling errant bits of attempted advice and get these barrels inside before I see to it about your payment. I perhaps, if you come back around nightfall, Miss Kiva, I should have some more information for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Stay well and stay safe, and best of wishes in the interim.
Likewise. As he goes, Sparethrundir is going to turn to Kiva. Hey, that was a really good idea. I didn't think of asking them for information, but they do seem well connected. Really good shout.
Getting her back is the most important thing. And Kiva's going to walk away.
He stares as she leaves and then just kind of lets his shoulders slump. And then he's going to head inside.
All right. Is there anything more that anyone else is doing at this moment? I know Metron was upstairs with Ismark, Lillison and Amity were finishing up with Danica.
Well, yeah, Metron just wanted to get Ismark back to one of the rooms. Listen, I know it's been a long few hours for all of us. Maybe you just hang out here, get some rest, and he reaches through his his little satchel. Here, just take this, and he hands him the some of the shoe polish and some of the pancake makeup. You know, if you need to retouch or anything like that, you know, in case something messes up, or if you go to sleep, and here, and he hands him 2 gold, you know, just in case you need something to eat.
Thank you. Kind of. He first eyes the gold, you know, very gratefully. Then he looks at the shoe polish a bit doubtfully. Yes, thank you. And he kind of holds up the gold. Are you sure you want to leave me with this much? I can't imagine that they'll need it all at once. Especially,
You know, you're right. Maybe give one of those back, yeah.
Yes. And he hands you back a gold piece.
But here, and Metron will kind of like keep going through his bag. Fuck, where is it? I can't find it. But listen, just lay low, keep your head down, and you know, if anyone knocks, don't answer unless it's one of us. And I guess we'll be back soon, hopefully with some better news.
He nods. Right. I will lay low for the moment and wait to hear when you come back. But please, I don't know what you could be doing to her. He kind of looks ashamed for a moment. I'm sorry. I know that you and your friends want to help her too. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed.
Yeah. We'll see what we could do, yeah?
He nods gratefully. Right. All right. I will see you all later today, I suppose.
Yeah, Metrion just kind of stands in the doorway before opening the door, looking at Ismark. And there's this weird sort of... He's not felt like he's had this kind of moment to be earnest with anybody in a long time, especially someone he was trying to fleece at one point. So he's just kind of like awkwardly trying to figure out how to disengage from the situation before just doing it. And without kind of any formal goodbye, he just makes his way out of the room and goes to meet up with Kiva and Randy.
All right. The door closes behind you, and if you'd like, the five of you can all meet up where you choose.
Yeah.
Ooh, Metreon caught feelings.
It's about the yearning.
God damn it.
So, Lilison is going to tell Danica much the same thing that Erthrindir told Erwin, but she is going to ask Amity to further explain the dream that she had.
Right. So, I mean, presumably the audience has heard the dream, and Amity will explain that basically. Sorry, listen. What further do you want me to explain?
The thing about the dream and the hill.
Right. So Amity will repeat the explanation that she previously gave to was it Dag in the winery?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And yes, it was Dag.
Yeah. So
Danica
I'm not sure if it's really going to happen, but I'm just worried.
Danica nods, frowning. Right. Well, I've heard stories of people who can have visions in their dreams that are more than dreams.
Really?
It may be that you are among them. Who knows? But that is troubling. I fear there is little that we can do here, but I will certainly tell Irwin what you've shared with me today.
Do you know if there's any other
hopefully
ones?
It is not that I am aware of, my dear. I'm sorry.
Just stories. Okay.
I don't remember anymore whether it was Adrian or Dag, but they did explain that the family had 3 gems that have not gone missing, but they have been stolen, and that is the reason why the grapes might not grow. And when I asked, they said that the witch from the swamp had taken one, and the forest folk had taken one, and when I asked about the 3rd, they told me to ask you and Erwin.
Danica winces visibly. Right, well, it's not truly my story to tell. It's more his, though perhaps I do play a role in it. But suffice to say that there was an argument regarding whether a mistake had been made, and that the argument has not been settled. I would ask that you not raise it with Erwin. It is an old dispute, and he is already concerned, I suspect, with the news that has been brought. I do not believe it necessary at the moment to stir up old blood.
Ah, I see. Then you have no particular notion where it might be? The livelihood of your family might depend on it.
That is unfortunately not something that I nor Erwin have any knowledge of, I'm afraid.
Not that I don't believe him, but can Amity make an insight on that?
Absolutely.
Or her, rather. 18 on whether she is hiding something.
She seems to be not hiding something. Seems to be, a little bit genuinely pained by the memory. There's a little undercurrent of guilt to her voice, but it's not. It doesn't emerge when she's talking about the gem. It emerges when she talks about the argument, and you just kind of detect that little undercurrent, that little twinge of self-consciousness when she talks about the argument. But regarding the gem and everything else, she seems to be genuinely as unaware as you.
All right.
But otherwise, do let me know if there's anything else that I can do while you're here. I know that there's a lot going on. There has been a lot going on in town, actually. But hopefully you will not have to deal with that particular bit. And you know where to find me. And thank you for sharing, Amity.
We've had some questions about well, how do I put this, Lillison? The raven person.
Yes. Will we be safe here? Will whatever those are come to defend you again?
Danica kind of like sucks her teeth for a moment, pausing and biting her lip. There are things that, well, so long as you are at the Blue Water Inn, just know that myself and Erwin will do all we can to keep you safe. For what you have done, it's possible that others in Vallaki might recognize your efforts, but I would encourage you to retain caution and good sense when making your way out into the streets, given what you may be facing and what the town's climate is currently come to. I mean, from what I've heard, my husband shared similar advice to you at one point, but I should reiterate that the Blue Water Home will always be a sanctuary for you. I cannot promise the same for beyond our walls.
Lillison looks over towards Amity, looking kind of at a loss.
Amity's giving her also sort of a look. I guess we'll have to wait until we're in private before we can explain it more.
Yeah. Lillison just nods and says, "We appreciate it very much. And let us know if there's anything else that we can help with."
Of course, I will make sure to inform you post-haste. But thank you again for what you have done so far. Wine is the lifeblood of our inn, and you've done us a great service today, so thank you.
She nods and then pats Amity on the shoulder and says, "I wonder if that Blinsky fellow has that contraption ready yet?"
I was just about to go check. Here, let's... And Amity sort of like gestures Lillison forward into a little bit of a hallway to chat first.
Yeah.
All right, they clearly know what's going on with these ravens, and there's clearly some kind of dirty secret.
Well, some kind of secret. I don't know whether it's dirty per se, but it has not escaped my attention that the ravens helped us as well on the road and back in the winery.
Right, and I mean, the way that she just sort of avoided the question completely. I mean, she definitely knows what is going on and doesn't want to tell us.
Yes, but as long as they might continue to protect us from him, does it really matter?
Well, I guess if they really are going to protect us from him, then it doesn't.
She seems to have a great deal of confidence judging from what we saw earlier, not afraid for her own life, and she does seem to feel confident, or at least pretend to feel confident, that the inn will be sufficiently well protected if he should come to call again. I think that means something, and I don't know if we'll be able to get much more out of her, even if we press.
I guess not. If you just want to be sure that she's telling the truth to us that we're going to be safe here, then we can do that. But I don't know if we can press more out of her, or if we should try.
I don't think we will be able to get much more, and I don't believe for a moment that we'll actually be safe here, but the sentiment is nice, at least.
All right. Well, I guess I'll head off to Blitsky's to see if I can get another leg.
Lillison smiles, reaches out and pats Amity on the shoulder.
A rare moment of physical touch from Lillison.
Becoming less rare by the episode.
How sweet. Well, Amity will head off to Belinsko.
Does Metreon see this?
Yes, I will
Almost
say at this point,
certainly.
if you would all like to reunite, you may see where the others are going. The day is yours.
Oh yeah, anyone who wants to follow me to Belinsko, that's cool. Or if other people have other plans.
Yeah. I'll go with you.
I think if I'm gonna try this thing to get the layout of the house, then I probably should go early. Although, if I'm not back here in like 2 hours, probably assume the worst.
But good luck.
Thank you. And Amity, if you've he kind of looks at her. You got any advice about kind of spinning this particular story?
Well, I guess Lillison would have the real advice, but I guess judging from the kind of person that, well, we've heard that he is, just flattering him. I mean, that's how I was saying, like, the emperor with the no clothes and all, just like telling him how wise he is, and only the finest would be allowed to have Erthrindir's mysterious knowledge and powerful magic.
He smiles. Well, I think I can spin that. Thank you. And he's gonna look at the others. Good luck, y'all. And he will kind of... Actually, he's going to look at Metreon. Actually, do you mind if I borrow your makeup? He kind of touches the wheel on the side of his face.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gave the last of it to Izzy up there. I actually have to go buy a refill.
Shoot. Well, I can explain it off. It'll be fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Do you maybe just like, put your hair over to one side, just make yourself mysterious and all that.
He experimentally pulls out a comb and parts it to that side. Well, I can't see anything, but
Metreon
I'll try
is
it.
very much trying to stifle laughter.
Motherfucker.
I say just own it. A scar on your face isn't so bad.
Yeah. You look very exotic,
Shut Kiva, I agree, but like it's fresh. I don't want to answer questions about... He stands up very huffily. I'm going. Goodbye. I will see y'all later. And he just walks out.
You ladies gonna go see the other lady, Lady Wachter?
I suppose we will. I will probably need to change first.
I'll see about borrowing some clothes from Danica.
I mean, maybe she'd like to see you, in strapping leather armor and a big honking sword next to you makes you seem more intimidating that way.
Oh, I meant for the horribly torn and bloody shirt underneath it, but that's probably wise.
Well, Amity, ready when you are.
Right, let's go. Oh, you have some kind of money, right? I have some, but not enough to pay for the prosthetic.
Yeah. I mean, I got a little bit of something. Yeah, just some change in there.
All right. And so I suppose a tiefling, a human question mark, and a pig walk together to Blonskay's.
All right, so let me get this clear. Kiva and Lillison are preparing at the inn to head to Wachthaus. Erthrendir is heading to the Baron's manor, and Metron and Amity are heading to Blinsky Toys.
I think so. Think you've got it.
We're splitting
All
the
right,
party
so-
as many ways as possible.
I think you could do more, but I'm not going to attempt.
Oh yeah,
to.
no, I'm going to split up with Amity at some point. So it's
Oh
gonna be
no!
fine.
All right, so
Truffle
Erthrendir.
goes off on his own, has his own little pig adventures.
Oh,
We'll
my
run into some
lord.
Truffle, pig on the city.
All right. So, Erthrendir. You begin making your way through the streets of Vallaki, through the dark thoroughfares, the muddy cobblestones, as you pass through the streets. As you do, continuing forward, you see a few individuals throwing you slightly fearful glances, their eyes lingering on the ugly scar across the side of your face. Several individuals moving away or veering to the side as you make your way down the road.
God damn it. He is going to kind of self-consciously brush the hair over it as best he could and then give up, part it back normally, and kind of speed walk to the manor.
All right. You, using directions that I imagine you could probably glean pretty easily from the Mordikovs, you make your way through town, following the path west for a bit before following an avenue that splits off southward. Passing by Plinsky's shop, heading further south, you see coming into view a mansion that has walls of plastered stone that display many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Drapes cover every window, including a large arched opening above the mansion's double entrance doors. The front of the mansion for the moment is quiet.
Okay. Erthrendir is going to sort of fix himself up as best he can. Take a book out from his pack and put it under one arm, and then put on his glasses and knock.
All right. You knock at the door, and there's a pause for a few moments before you hear footsteps approaching from the other side, and the door opens. On the other side, you see a young Barovian woman of dark hair falling down the shoulders, wearing a maid's clothes. She has a feather duster tucked under one arm and kind of blinks down at you before just seeing the small curve of flesh on the side of your face. She leers back for a moment before saying, "Oh, hello. What can I do for you?"
Good afternoon, madame. Terribly. He steps forward. Hi. My apologies, but is the lady of the house in? I'm a traveling tutor from faraway places, and I heard that you all had a young man who seemed like they could be in need of some of my services.
Forgive me, I'm not sure I understand. And could you... He looks kind of gesticulates helplessly.
He coughs. Oh, my sincere apologies. I'm a traveler from outside of town, and I've heard that. Sorry, that's on me. I've heard that you. He kind of flounders helplessly, obviously not terribly used to this. Essentially, Fuck.
Do you want to...
May I come in? I'd like to...
I suppose I can. The Baron can see to it. He handles his son's affairs. So here, and she kind of like coughs. Looks like looking almost as desperate to be free of the situation as you. Just kind of glumly stepping aside. All right. I'll show you to the den and fetch the Baron. Yes.
Wonderful. Or the lady, or his wife if he's unavailable. Either's fine.
She just firmly repeats, I'll let the Baron know you're here. And she kind of guides you inside.
Okay. As he...
You can see...
No, I was just going to say, as he goes in...
Yes, as you're what?
As he goes in, he's going to be keeping an eye out on kind of the layout, anything he can notice, trying to get an idea, learn as much about this place as he can.
All right. So, following the maid inside, you see framed portraits adorning the wall of a grand foyer just beyond the door, which features, to your right, a wide staircase with a sculpted railing. You can see a long carpeted hall attached to the foyer that stretches almost the length of the mansion, with several doors leading away from it, including one at the far end. The maid leads you past this front foyer, past a pair of doors on either side, into the carpeted hallway proper, where she opens a door to the right and gestures for you to enter. If you wouldn't mind, I'll let the Baron know you're here, and he'll be with you shortly. Yes?
Splendid. Thank you so much.
Good. Right. I'll let him know, and he'll be back shortly. She kind of moves to close the door behind you, and it kind of clicks shut, leaving you in the chamber alone. You see padded chairs and couches lining the walls of a cozy carpeted den. The room itself reeks of pipe smoke, and mounted on the east wall, you see the head of an angry-looking brown bear. You hear the maid's footsteps retreating after a moment.
Okay. Once they're substantially gone, he's going to open the door a bit to look out in the hallway and see if she's gone upstairs.
Glancing around, you do see her turning out of sight, evidently toward the staircase.
All right. In that case, he's going to take a moment to sort of walk quietly and briskly around the first floor, kind of trying to get an idea of where everything is. Though if he hears footsteps coming down the stairs, he is going to be back in the parlor as quickly and quietly as he can. All
right, so where are you headed? There's several doors. There's a door directly across the hallway from you. There's a trio of doors to your right. There's another door by the entrance, another door which looked like it led to a closet to the other side of the entrance, and then there's the staircase.
The trio of doors to the right. Can he hear anything coming from them?
Make a perception check.
For sure. That's a natural 20.
All right. Listening, you do hear the sound of what sounds like chopping, and then the clanging of what sounds like a pot or a pan coming from the far door at the end of the hall. The other two doors are silent.
Okay. He is going to pull both of those open and take a quick peek inside, trying to... from the ones that don't have noise coming from them.
You open the south door, and you can see white sheets covering two plain wooden tables in the center of this room. Neatly arranged atop one table, you see a complete set of polished silverware. The other table has several empty wicker baskets, although a few seem to contain turnips and beets.
All right.
There are two doors leading from this room, one to the left and one to the right.
What of the other
as well
door?
As a window looking out over the misty grounds beyond.
All right. And what about the other of the three doors?
You open the other door, the northern one, and it clicks open easily. And as far as you can see, this room merely contains 4 simple beds and an equal number of plain wooden trunks, as well as a wooden table and 4 chairs in the center.
Okay. He'll shut that quickly. Can he hear anyone coming down the stairs yet?
Make another perception check for me.
Okay. 19.
19. At this point, you do hear footsteps upstairs. You hear what distantly, what sounds like a door clicking open, distant voices, and then the sound of several sets of footsteps that are beginning to move upstairs. It sounds toward the front of the house, where the staircase is.
All right. He's not taking any more chances. He's going to reclose any doors he's opened, step back into the parlor, click it shut, compose himself, and look like he's had a pleasant time.
All right. As you do, kind of like cozying yourself in there, you hear footsteps approaching. You hear voices outside. A woman's voice, elderly it sounds like, who says something that you can't quite make out. And then you can hear a deeper man's voice coarsely say, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Malicious of happiness has no place in my town. You see to it that she is learned properly. The stocks should be good. You hear the woman's voice say, No, Master Baron, please. The stocks. There's a grunt. You hear a soft whimper from outside, and then a pair of metal boot steps growing fainter as you hear the front door open and then close. Then you hear the coarser voice again. I was hoping to hear more about, and then the voices go quieter until you can't hear it from your current position. But you can hear that there appears to be a conversation going on nearby.
Can he look out the window and see who's escorting this lady?
The window looks out on the side of the house, not the front. So, glancing outside, if you can watch it for a few moments if you'd like to see if they head down that side of the road.
That's probably safest. I do not want to be caught eavesdropping this early in the game.
All right. You look out. Unfortunately, as you watch that direction for a few moments, you do not see anyone making their way down that direction.
Okay.
And after a minute or so, you hear the raised voice once more. We'll see to it that they are found. And once it is taken care of, all will be well. Yes? You hear kind of a quavering voice respond. Yes, all will be well. Now go! You hear metal bootsteps making their way away. You hear the maid's voice quietly. Yes, Baron, right over here? Yes, yes. And then the door clicks open. And you see, standing beyond, beside the maid, holding the door open, a bear of a man. His breastplate, rapier, silk tunic, and greasy beard glistening in the lamplight. He looks down at you, almost as though you are a particularly unpleasant insect he's forced to regard. And as you watch him step inside, you see two black mastiffs prowling, one to his left, one to his right, sticking close to his side.
Okay, Earthrendeer stands upright and bows deeply. Ah, Baron Vargas, I presume. It's an honor.
It is Baron Wolakovich, and I am very curious to know why such a strange and odd and fellow would come to my doorstep with the explain yourself immediately and what your intentions are toward my son.
He nods. Of course, sir. So, he takes a moment to steady himself, the whole thing with the woman being escorted to the stocks and the dogs kind of shaking him. I heard that there was a noble family in town of some considerable renown, and being a traveler and traveling tutor, I thought that someone of your taste and elegance would be the perfect place for me to teach if you were open to it. I have a wealth of knowledge from both Barovia and beyond, and quite frankly, from a house like this, I'd be thrilled to get the chance to, pass on my knowledge to the next generation. And of course, the first lesson's free.
He kind of eyes you kind of like suspiciously for a moment, scowling, just kind of frowning, looking you up and down. You say you are a teacher.
I am.
Do you teach well?
Well, it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to be. It doesn't pay to be vain, but I teach very well. Yes.
He holds up a hand indicating for you to
I've
stop. He turns to the maid. Show him upstairs. Report to me when he's done. Maybe you can do something with the useless lump of a boy. He glances over toward you. You will not expect payment until I have seen that it is worthwhile my time.
Of course not, sir. I could hardly ask that if I were to be simply filling your boy's head with fancies. That's a sensible thing.
He grunts. Very well. I have other matters to attend. Go. See if you can make him useful.
He bows again and then follows the maid. His hands are shaking and he just shoves them in his pockets once he's out of the room. Yeah, then he's going to so where is the young master? As he's asking the
looks
maid
up at you
this.
in this kind of like she looks at you in this kind of like quiet awe and confusion. He's upstairs. He doesn't like to be disturbed. If you like, I can.
No.
I can show you up to the attic.
No, that'll be quite all right. And he lowers his voice. Here, I understand. It's probably been. I'll make my way up there. It's no problem at all.
No, I should make sure. And she kind of like steps in beside you. He can have a bit of a foul temper sometimes. So don't feel like look, and I'll just show you the way. Yes. And she kind of begins making her way toward the staircase.
He will join her a bit disappointedly.
She looks a bit almost like genuinely concerned and a bit confused as she does this. But nonetheless, she does begin leading you up the stairs. And as she does so, Amity, you were making your way toward Blinsky, I believe.
Oh, that's indeed, yes.
All right. So, Amity, you begin making your way through town, Metron accompanying you, as you follow a much similar route as elsewhere. Earthrinder begins making his way up to the second floor of the Vallaki Manor. It's not long before you arrive in the exterior of Blinsky Toys. The inside is completely dark, no illumination through the windows, and you cannot see a sight of Blinsky on the inside. Do you go in?
Is the door open? Otherwise, I'm like knocking on that door.
You try the door. It's not open, but it's unlocked.
Can I look around the streets? Just because I remember that we were followed, being tailed by weirdos the last time we were out and about. I just want to see if there are either similar weirdos or anyone else who's kind of like giving us eyes.
Make a perception check for me.
Ooh, 7.
Looking around, you don't see any indication of any unsavory-looking individuals.
Then, noticing that that the shop looks dark, but that seeing that Amity is able to like turn the handle. Here we go. Hello, and Metron will just kind of push the door open, knocking it while he does. Hello.
Opening
he's gonna
inside,
go in.
there's a faint bell that rings. And as you step inside, looking around about the jumbled displays of toys, the shop is dark and silent. Looking along the walls, the toys that you saw previously are entirely the same, no new additions or removals. Blinsky is nowhere to be found, though you do see the door to the back room hangs slightly ajar.
Oi.
If the prosthetic is there, we can just leave some gold.
Yeah, that's right.
But
we could do that.
or we could just wait. I hope
Is there like a bell on the counter?
I hope the lion didn't get him.
That'd be real tragic, wouldn't it?
There is in fact, a small bell kind of forged in the shape of a wolf's head, with a small little, little thingy coming out of it in the shape of a small femur. If you'd like, you can ring that.
Yeah, Metron goes to the counter and like instinctively goes to slam his hand on the bell, but then he looks down and sees what it is and like winces a bit, seeing the wolf's head and noticing how macabre it looks before very carefully then kind of tapping on the bell repeatedly.
All right. You ring it repeatedly, and as you do, you hear a soft a screech and then a soft chittering. You see, Amity, you see the door to the back room creak open very slightly, and peering around the corner with big dark eyes, you see Piccolo, the small monkey, peering up and around at you, chittering softly in the darkness.
Oh, perfect. We can just ask Piccolo where he is.
Metron goes to like does that thing where he like raises his finger, perplexed, but then remembers what Amity can do and then relaxes.
All right, Amity's going to start ritual casting Speak with Animals, so I hope you have a voice.
You're taking 10 minutes for this?
Well, unless the monkey starts like running away halfway into the 10 minutes.
As you start speaking, the monkey does kind of chitter and duck back into the room out of sight.
Well, if it's as long as it's still in the back room, I mean,
Yeah,
it's still there. It's not like it ran away. So yeah, I'll just take the 10 minutes.
all right. The 10 minutes do elapse.
DM.
And yes.
Does it look like? Because I remember, I think I remember at least Kiva pointing out the weird red-headed doll. If she didn't, then forgive my memory. But I just wanted to see.
You do.
Oh, I just wanted to see
You
if
do actually
there are
notice looking around. You do actually notice the doll that you saw from before. Though you notice that there has been a new doll that has been left adjacent to it, kind of tucked behind it in a way that you didn't notice when you first entered. It is a similar doll of similar shape and construction, but it has shorter, darker hair, matching quite perfectly the disguise you placed upon Irina when leaving Barovia.
Metron snatches it and shows it to Amity. Take a look at this.
I forget. Did we already know about Blinsky's doll collection?
Kiva only mentioned it to Irina. She didn't point it out to anyone else.
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned it to us. Okay. Well, I mean,
yes, you see both the original doll that looks like Irina and the new one that looks like Irina in disguise.
Okay, so he will take both dolls.
Evocative.
He'll take both dolls and then like double fisting them in front of Amity. You see this?
I see that.
What do we do?
Is this entire place like obsessed with her?
Seems about like it. Do we go in the back, see if he's out there and rough him up a bit?
Hold on, let me finish the ritual.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
We can ask.
And yeah, Metron will put the dolls into his satchel, but in return, he will make sure that he has access to his hand crossbow at the ready.
All right. So, you keep a close watch on the back room door and the front entrance as Amity completes her spell. And Amity, your spell does come to a close as you finish ritual casting Speak with Animals.
Absolutely beautiful. Okay, calling out to the back room, sort of creaking the door open herself. She'll say, "Piccolo, are you still there?"
There's a pause for a moment. Glancing into the back room, you can see what appears to be a small work and a living space, clutched in tightly together. You can see on one side what appears to be a large work table with shelves piled high with tools and other items and resources for building, small strips of metal. You see a bucket full of wood shavings, a row of dark paints. You can see what appears to be a half-finished, like small castle-like model that has been kind of pushed roughly off to one side and forgotten under a pile of small bits of parchment and smeared paintbrushes. At the very center of the table, there's just a long bit of parchment and rags that have been stained with a number of colors, but which is notably bare. On the other side of the room, you see what appears to be a small living space, a small cast iron stove, and a small water basin full of slightly stagnant water. And beside that, you see a low bed upon which you see the familiar snoring form of Gadolf Blinsky. His jester's cap discarded off to one side, laying bare his thinning brownish hair atop that is kind of curved back and begun to bald in several places. He appears to have his hand kind of reached over onto his onto the table beside his bed, where you can see a long black wooden box, perhaps 4 feet or so across. He's not really lying in bed so much as he appears to have just fallen onto it, clothes still on, looking a bit sweaty and grimy, and on the night table just next to the box beside his hand where it rests upon it, you see Piccolo, who kind of chitters and looks up at you, but now in a voice you can understand. Amity, he starts and says, "Yeah, who are you? What do you want? What do you want?" Kind of like hops forward, kind of like leaping onto Blinsky's bed, like onto his leg. Blinsky doesn't really notice.
I'm a customer. I was just coming by to see if a commission had been finished.
Yeah, well, I don't know about no commissions. You got fruit? You got fruit? Some nuts, maybe?
Yeah, he turns to Metreon.
What? This entire time, Metreon has just been hearing Amity bark like an ape, I guess.
Oh, right. I have to tell you. He's asking if you have any fruit or nuts.
No, not on me. Yeah, I think I left my rations back at the. Let me see what I got. And he does not unfortunately have rations on him, but yeah, he doesn't have anything on him. He kind of like reaches out and pulls out a gold piece. Would a gold help?
He wants to know if gold will also help.
Piccolo eyes it briefly. What's kind of shiny? You gonna give me shiny?
Maybe I'll give him another thing. We got. And
as you kind of pull away, he like leaps up onto the edge of the bed and like makes a grab for it. Give shiny!
Bugger hell.
You hear this as like a loud monkey screech.
Yeah, no, totally. He's gonna fight for it. I mean, this is Metreon. This is gold.
All right, this is a monkey.
Oh,
you
God.
can it's a rather
Roll
small
initiative.
monkey. You can pretty easily tear it away.
It's all
But as
roll
you do,
initiative.
Piccolo just kind of angrily stomps on the foot of the bed, just seeming very upset.
Well, now that we know that Blinsky's here, I guess it might be terribly rude to wake him up.
Are you talking to Metreon or are you talking to Piccolo?
Oh, I'm talking to you there, Metreon.
Okay. Oh, okay.
But,
I mean, listen.
But if I think we might want to ask the monkey about these dolls, if he knows what they're about.
Hey, that's a good point. Well, let's get your leg first. And then, and Metreon will rifle through his bag again and pull out the 2 dolls and hold them out.
Piccolo will give you something really shiny, that shiny thing from earlier, if you can tell us about these dolls.
Give shiny first.
All right, Amity will ask Metreon for the shiny. I think he wants the shiny.
Fine. Give him a fucking crossbow bolt to the head. Here. And Metron will give the monkey an electrum piece.
Piccolo happily accepts it and kind of just holds it up to the gray light, cooing happily. Then tucking it like into the side, just kind of like holding it in the band of the pink tutu that he's wearing. Good shiny. Good shiny.
Well,
does not appear to be paying attention to you any longer.
So, oh no! All right. And he's gonna just hold those dolls right up close to him and be like, "So, what about the dolls?"
Big Bucky makes them. Kind of points toward Blinsky.
Do you know when or if he gives them to someone?
Sometimes makes them.
Amity relays.
Gives them to Big Monkey. Other Big Monkey.
Amity relays to Metreon. Can you describe the other big monkey?
Yeah, ask him if you got a bigger arm, a weird arm, or something. See if he's like a hairy monkey or a smooth monkey.
Yeah, is he smooth on top? Does he have like one really big arm?
Yeah, smooth on top. Jumped there once. Didn't like that.
Oh my god.
That's really funny.
What do you say?
All right. So, yeah, it's the guy. It's Izek. And apparently Piccolo once jumped on top of his head.
Good on him. Oi! And Metron kicks Blinsky's foot.
You hear oh, and like Blinsky like abruptly like kind of wakes up, flopping up. He kind of panics for a moment, then sees you. Hello. Forgive me. Welcome to Blinsky Toys.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I am sorry. I was not expecting. I was not it. I am sorry. What time is it?
It's about 2 in the 2 afternoon.
That
sorry,
is,
we
that is,
didn't
no,
mean to wake you up, did we?
You can see. No. Blinsky was meditating. It is a new thing Blinsky is working on. But no. Yes, it is fine. I was expecting you. And you can see that like he is like talking very rapidly. He has deep circles under his eyes. Like his fingers are twitching a little bit. He's got kind of like a little like of a like a little tremble in his lower lip. Like this guy is out of it. Yes. Yes, it is you. I've been waiting for this. You see, I told you when it would be ready, but I presume you are here for the order, yes?
We were just checking whether it is ready. It's okay if you need more time. It is.
No, it is ready. It is ready. I am sorry. I know that I told you it would be ready tomorrow, but once I began the work, it is as though Von Wirg's spirit possessed me. I could not stop the genius. It's as though it possessed me. Such a worthy challenge. Forgive me. I am not showing the customer the order. Yes. Please. And he kind of like slaps his hand over the night table, still like kind of looking bleary and a bit drowsy. Yes. And he kind of grabs the box and very carefully, gingerly, tenderly kind of like pulls it up into his lap before realizing he's still on the bed and standing up. glancing over on the night table beside him, you see what seems to be like a half-eaten crust of bread, but it seems to be a few days old at this point, pretty stale. Yes, well, and as he like kind of holds the box a bit unsteadily out toward you, Amity, it was a challenge worthy of von Weirk himself. I must apologize. It is the best that Blinsky could do. I knew that I am not one of the great masters. If I had the inspiration of his masterpiece, surely I could do better. But I did what I could to make sure that I channeled that vision for you as best as I could. So with that, you would yes, you would like to see the order, yes?
Yes, we would.
Yes. You would like to see the order. Very, very good. Okay, right. So, and he reaches over and carefully reaches to the latches of the lengthy box and clicks it open, and carefully pulls a large contraption out. You can see it is about the length and width of most of a humanoid leg. It is perhaps 2.5 to 3 feet long, and from the front of the contraption, you can see carved from wood and coated in black lacquered paint a small skull leering from a slightly bent portion of the piece where several hinges are connected. The eye sockets of the skull painted a glittering gold. Above and below and behind the skull, as Blinsky cradles it reverently in his hands, you see running a 3/4 brace of delicate white bones, naturally curved to form an elongated rib cage that runs the length and shape of the outline of a thigh and lower leg. The leg's shape is backed by a long, elegant, and inhuman femur that curves unnaturally with the ribs of bone, which are themselves reinforced with bands of jet black metal and wood, each one finely worked with crimson rivets that resemble drops of blood beaded at the base of each piece. The leg of the contraption is interwoven with many leather fibers painted crimson pink, and as Blinsky presses slightly, bending the thigh above the joint of the brace, you see a half-dozen fibers connected to assorted bolts and rivets along the rib cage, bracing and stretching and flexing with surprising strength and flexibility. Several dozen more of the fibers reach down to the bottom of the brace and beyond, connecting through twisting hooks and gears to the ankles and toes of what seems to be a sort of boot fashioned from carved wood and cushioned black leather. A gold-painted clasp in the shape of a skull stands at the base of the boot's shin. Beneath it, you see several laces and bands tied off, but clearly available for adjustment. You can see intricate carvings and designs of spirits, wailing, laughing, and screaming, worked across the boot's surface, each ethereal soul rendered in immaculate detail. Blinsky's trembling thumb applies a gentle pressure to the unseen side of the black skull atop the knee of the contraption, and with a faint click, it and the clasp of the boot pop open, revealing comfortable leather padding alongside the interior of the bone brace and boot. He looks at you anxiously with his dark, tired eyes. Is good, yes?
This is aesthetic.
Oh,
Can I try it on?
yes, of course. And Blinsky kind of, would you like me to? Would you like to put it on? It is stronger than it looks, I promise.
Just show me how to work the buckles here. Yeah, Emily sort of
yes,
pulls up her medieval kilt
problem.
thing.
And Blinsky begins assisting you with putting it on. It's actually remarkably easy. It takes you no more than 15, 20 seconds or so to kind of undo the clasp and close it again and kind of comfortably tighten the laces. And then when you kind of tentatively move to put your weight on it, it stands comfortably. And you find that as you kind of twist your knee and arrange your leg in several different ways, you can feel the fibers tightening and twisting in ways that you would have previously expected muscles to do. And while your ankle might not be able to move, you can feel if you move your leg in a certain way, the leather thongs and straps twist and flex in certain ways, actually moving the boot. And as you can see, small toes as well that you hadn't quite noticed, carved individually from the base of the boot to resemble the actual full notion of a foot and ankle.
All right. I'll strap it up. Truffle, I noticed Bone stopped chewing on it. Is it strong? Like if I try running around, or is it waterproof?
Yes,
feels good.
yes, it should do all of those things. It will suit you no matter where you go. It is not the genius of Von Wirk, but it should suffice. Yes.
Amity gets up and limps forward. She does still have the limp from the other time she was knocked out, but after a few steps, she leans down and applies a quick cure wounds, gritting her teeth, caressing her leg. Yoink. And I believe the magical healing does cure the limp from earlier.
Yes, you're healing yourself?
I am indeed. No HP to heal, just the limp. Yeah, and for audience benefit,
all right.
This heals like the limp. It definitely doesn't heal the fact that the ankle is only kind of there. So yeah, this prosthetic very much necessary. Yeah, she takes a few uncertain steps and then tries sort of hopping up and down, and then like jogs in a circle. I think it's really excited. The bell rings as she just like exits the shop and starts like sprinting down the street.
Wait. And as Amity starts to kind of race out the street, I imagine Truffle kind of galloping behind her.
Yeah.
Metreon turns to Blinsky. That's a right proper thing there. I can't say I've seen anything like it. But I can't say. I do think I've seen something like this though. And Metron reaches into his bag and pulls out the 2 Irina dolls.
Blinsky blinks. Oh, yes. What is it? Oh no. Would you be able to put those back? Those are not for customers.
Well, I imagine they're for someone. So who are they for? They for you?
No, they are not for me. Those are for a privileged client. If you wouldn't mind, I do need to make sure that they are safe. And he kind of like reaches out toward them, trembling a little bit.
Metron raises his hand away from him. Who is this person? How you know him? Here.
I don't know. It's just a doll. It's commissioned as requested. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit knows bullshit. Speak. Tell me what you know. Come on.
No, I mean it. I do not know. This is it is just a doll. It is described to me by the client, and I put it together, and I do not know what it is that you speak of. I am just toy maker.
Who's the client?
He kind of like looks hesitant off to the side as though he looks a bit reluctant.
Hey, look at me. And I start to kind of lean into him, lowering my hand with the dolls in it. Hey, look at me. Listen, I want to make sure nothing. I want to make sure nothing happens to you. And I'm going to cast Friends on him.
Okay. Is this a saving throw or just happens?
No, it just happens.
All right. He relaxes. Yes. It is. It was commissioned by Master Strasny. He comes by every month.
Every month. When's the last time he was here? When's the next time he's planning on being here?
It would be in a in a few weeks. I made the newer one a few days ago using his latest description.
Do you know how we can get in touch with him? How do you get in touch with him?
He comes and he asks. He only tells me he comes to the shop when he has a new description, and otherwise I deliver them to the manor. I deliver them to the manor when he asks.
Right. Well, we may need your help delivering something else a little early for his usual, but I'm sure you won't mind, right?
I do not. And at that point, his eyes kind of go slack and unfocused, and his face goes a bit pale, and he steps back. I do not think that this is. It was good doing business with you. Thank you for coming by. Please tell your friend that she can leave the gold on the counter. Yes. You can see there's a bit of a flicker of fear in his eyes now.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Amity runs back in. This is amazing. Oh my god. Metreon, give him all of your money.
I don't think I'll be doing that, love, but I'll give him some. What's the damage?
It was 2 gold pieces. He just looks at Metron with this very kind of squeamish look.
Character, was it actually 2?
I believe he did ask for... Was it 20?
It was only 2.
I swear it was more.
It was only 2.
Sorry.
No, I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was in the double digits.
Well,
no, I have it here in my
and...
notes.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was 2. I can double check later, but we can regroup later. But for now,
Metron will.
Either way, I
Yeah.
Nope, you're good.
Metron will reach into his sack, very matter-of-factly place both the coins onto the counter and slide them to him.
Thank you. That is good. I am glad you enjoy it. And he kind of looks at Amity very studiously, not making eye contact with Metron. You tell them where you got it, yes?
Of course we will. And Metron places his hand on top of Blinsky's.
Blinsky flinches away.
He's holding, he presses it and holds it in place if he can.
Amity,
make an athletics check.
Did you notice this?
What's your passive insight?
I mean, 10. Or is it?
It's only a 3.
You notice there's a bit of tension here, but
I
you notice that
actually
Blinsky
not.
kind of abruptly whips his hand away and just kind of rubbing his wrist with the gold in his palm. Yes, very good. Thank you for your business, and do let your friends know that they can obtain happiness and smiles at bargain prices at Blinsky Toys. Yes.
Oh, of course. And Metron smiles and flashes the gold fang in his tooth, or in his mouth.
All right. Don't tell Metreon, Amity says within absolutely clear hearing of Metreon, that this thing is amazing. It is worth a lot more than 2 gold pieces. Don't sell yourself short. She's going to give 5 straight up more gold to Blinsky.
Blinsky, his eyes widen. Oh, I thank you, Miss Amity. Thank you. You are a wonderful woman. Thank you. I am very glad to know that my project is of so help to you. He tucks away the additional gold in his pocket and just nods gratefully.
Well, I believe our business is concluded then, yes? Amity?
I guess so. I mean, sorry, did you ask him about the dolls?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Our friend here was very forthright.
What did he say?
We'll talk about it later, love. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Maybe go check on the other Martikov cousin.
All right, and with that, we exit the shop.
All
Now,
right.
Amity, I know you like that thing, but I don't trust him for a minute.
If you don't think he's telling the truth, we can go back in.
No, I think he's telling the truth, but I do think that he's not telling the whole truth. That, or he's in cahoots in a way that, maybe he's being forced to do it. I don't know, but he's protected something, whether it's himself or this Ezek fella. I'm not terribly sure, but don't get enchanted by all the whimsy that's going on in there.
Well, if you're not sure, I mean, you know the story of Pinocchio, right? His nose grew every time he told a lie. Well, I think I can do a spell that will make it so he can only tell the truth. So if you want to make sure he's not in cahoots or anything like that, we can just go and cast it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't mind alienating anymore.
But Dragna, I don't know if you want to cut the episode sometime soon.
I mean, if she wants to go back in, she's welcome to.
Oh, well, if we want to do the scene now, then sure. Yeah, Amity will go back in and just be like, I want to convince my friend here that you're not up to anything bad, because I think he doesn't necessarily trust you. So if it's okay with you, then could I maybe cast a spell so that, we can know whether you're telling the truth or not about a few things. But I mean, you did something really nice for me, and if you don't want to do it, then I'm just going to leave, because I trust you completely.
I don't know about spells. Can we not do spells? I don't. He kind of like looks somewhat balefully at Metran over your shoulder.
All right. Well, I still trust you, but if you don't want to do spells, that's okay. Amity fully accepts this explanation, and we'll just not pursue this further at the moment.
All right, very good. With that, Amity, you make your way back outside to rejoin Metreon, whereupon I presume the two of you begin heading your way back to the Blue Water Inn.
Yeah, for a good, safe night.
Yeah, I would say, unless Amity wanted to, Metreon was going to break off at some point and do a little bit of shopping, but we don't have to do that now.
No, we can handle that between.
Yeah, I mean, unless we really want to just go like an hour of shopping, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
During the
So
holidays,
for
we have a bonus episode of shopping.
Yeah, exactly.
Holiday shopping episode.
Let's go. Come on. Let's get these Vallaki bargains. These Vallaki bargains.
So, for the sake of brevity, Amity and Metron, you head back to the Blue Water Inn as Metreon splits off to accomplish his own ends. Across town, Erthrindir, you are led upstairs to the second floor of the Volakovich Manor, curious to know, or perhaps suspicious of what you might find and what secrets you might uncover. Meanwhile, now prepared for what is to come. Lilison and Kiva, are you heading off to Vokterhaus?
I think we are.
Yes, indeed.
All right. And with that, the two of you bid farewell to Erwin and Danica. Begin making your way across town through the eastern avenue until you begin traveling north toward the old decrepit estate where Lady Fiona rests. And as you make your way there and pass beyond the gates and through the front gardens and grounds to the old slouching house and mount the stairs to the front entrance, it is there where we will end it for today and pick back up next week.
Oh boy.
This is fine. You know, Randy's in some burgomaster's mansion all by himself.
Yep.
Metron is shopping,
The cute
making
little
friends.
in that house is very high.
You know, Amity's got a cool fucking metal ass leg.
The coolest. Holy shit.
Like, I want that leg.
Download that description and put it as my ringtone.
Yep.
I want the fan art. I really do.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that Amity enjoys it. And again, we will pick this up next Saturday, the 12th, and then we'll take a 3-week break before coming back in January of 2021. May it be less excruciating than 2020. Otherwise, thank you to everyone for joining us today. We will see you all back in the mists next Saturday, though not the following. So until next week, remember that all is not well, and take care.